Can you go over how they should seek recognition before we get into this?
Okay, so to get recognition for this, you need to wave your paddle or whatever. And I have Katie and Joseph will let me know what's going on because they're watching all the little tiny pictures.
Or type,
Or you can chat it in.
yeah, just say, request to speak.
Yeah, yeah. And you can request to speak through chat if you, yeah. Anyway, we're still figuring all this out, but it seems to be working pretty well. Anyway, so the first nomination is for president of the California State Grange.
Martha,
Somebody's waving.
sorry.
Martha?
Then at Valley Grange, I would like to nominate Kent Westwood.
All right, I've been nominated and will accept the nomination. Are there any other nominations for president? I see.
Say it 3 times.
Are there any more nominations for president? Going 3 times. Are there any more nominations for president? All right, seeing none, it's me. Vice president. Do we have any nominations for vice president? Vince?
I would like to nominate Joseph Stefanoni.
Joseph Stefanoni, do you accept?
I will accept that nomination.
Do we have any more nominations for vice president?
I nominate him.
I heard something, but I don't know what.
Okay, you've got one in the other building.
Humboldt Grange.
Humboldt Grange?
Jan Saxton. They can't. Jan Saxton.
Jan Saxon, do you accept?
Yes.
All right, we have 2 nominated for vice president. Are there any more?
Was that the one? Yeah, that was.
Are there any more nominations for vice president? Third and last time, any more nominations for vice president? All right, we have 2 people running for vice president. Secretary.
Lecturer. Lecturer's next.
Oh, okay. Lecturer. Do we have any nominations for lecturer? Vince?
I would like to nominate Katie Squire.
Katie Squire has been nominated. Do you accept?
I will accept the nomination.
Katie accepts. Any more nominations? Oh, brilliant.
I would like to nominate Jenny Reynolds.
Jenny Reynolds, do you accept?
I accept.
All right. Any more nominations for lecturer? Seeing none, we have,
Oh, wait.
nope, I see a hand.
Sorry, I was just waving hands around.
Oh, okay.
I was up there waving now.
All right. Then we have Jenny Reynolds and Katie Squire running for lecturer. Jan.
We're not going to do each individual office so that if someone who is nominated for an office does not get elected, they could later be nominated for something else.
Oh,
No, we're not. We're just running through it straight.
Who wants to take this?
You could be nominated for any office. We do the Australian ballot where you can be nominated for any of the 17 offices. You can be nominated for more than one.
There we go. That's all I need.
okay.
Thank you.
And then when it comes time for the election, if a person receives a majority in both offices, then they will choose which one, and then there would be a new election for that office.
Thank you. That's fair. No,
All right, let's see, who's next after lecturer? Stewart. Do we have any nominations for Stewart?
Stephen Hood has a nomination.
Nominate
Vince Schulten.
Vince Schulten, Stephen, Mr. Hood.
To nominate Vince.
All right, he's been double nominated. Are there any more nominations for Stewart? Again, are there any more nominations for Stewart? Seeing none, that's the Stewart.
Accept that.
Yeah, all right. So next is gatekeeper, maybe?
Assistant steward.
Assistant Stewart.
And did, oh, let me ask them.
We do have her picture now.
Miss Ann, were you raising your hand?
Steve
Okay,
Hood.
she is now, yes.
Okay, Ann, go ahead.
But you'll have to unmute yourself to speak.
Unmute.
Unmute. We can see you. Now you just have to unmute.
Can you hear me now?
There we go.
Oh, I don't know what's wrong. I couldn't get on here. There's something wrong with my phone, I think.
You're good now.
Great.
Okay. Did you have a nomination?
No, I didn't. I was just
Okay.
fiddling with my phone trying to get on.
All right, Assistant Stewart, we need a nomination.
Stephen Hood.
Stephen Hood has been nominated. No,
He's seeking recognition.
Stephen Hood wants to, okay, Stephen, go ahead.
I nominate Brandon Nevitt.
All right, Brandon, do you accept?
I accept.
All right, Brandon accepts. Any more nominations for Assistant Stewart? Any more nominations for Assistant Stewart? All right, we have one, Brandon Nevitt. Lady Assistant Stewart, nominations.
Stephen Hood.
Okay, Stephen, are you first there? Go ahead.
I nominate Susie Leskowski.
Susie, do you accept?
I do.
All right. Lillian, did you have? Same, okay. Any other nominations for Lady Assistant Stewart? Any more nominations for Lady Assistant Stewart? Okay, it's Susie. Next, gatekeeper now?
Chaplain.
Chaplain first? Okay, do we have any nominations for chaplain? Lillian.
I nominate Barbara Geiger.
Barbara, do you accept?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Stephen, did you have something different?
I was also going to nominate Barbara.
All right. Are there any more nominations for chaplain? One more time. Any more nominations for chaplain? Okay. Now,
Treasurer.
treasurer. Do we have any nominations for treasurer?
Stephen Hood has a nomination.
Stephen?
I'll nominate Christina Webster.
Do we have any other nominations for treasurer? Oh, Christina, do you accept? Do we have any other nominations for treasurer? All right, seeing none, that's that one. Now,
Secretary.
secretary, oh.
Stephen's got his headed up almost immediately.
Stephen, you're really quick. Who are you nominating?
The wonderful Lillian Booth.
All right, I think that's a good choice.
Campaigning.
Oh, I'm not a voter. Anyway,
It's not campaigning, it's just a fact.
yes, that's it. Do we have any more nominations for secretary?
I nominate Erica Croson.
Erica, do you accept? I didn't, you gotta repeat that, Erica.
Worthy President, I respectfully decline the nomination.
All right.
In 20 years, I'll take the position.
Lillian, she's seen that one happen before, and then the person that was in the office Oh, by the way, I now decline.
All right, do we have any more nominations for secretary? All right, Lillian Booth is nominated for secretary. Now gatekeeper. Do we have any nominations for gate? Jenny?
I would like to nominate Jeff Box.
Jeff Box, do you accept the nomination for gatekeeper?
I do accept it.
He said yes, he did.
Okay. And then Stephen.
I would like to nominate Chad Smith.
Chad Smith, do you accept?
I accept the nomination.
All right. Do we have any more nominations for gatekeeper? Any more nominations for gatekeeper? Seeing none, those two are in the running. Okay, so next is series. Do we have any nominations for series? Thomas.
Martha. Oh, Gwen.
Oh, okay.
So when we finish this.
All right.
Martha has nomination.
Martha,
I'd like to nominate Ellen Bruce.
Ellie Bruce, do you accept? I think I heard a yes in there. Do we have any other nominations for series? Any more nominations for series? All right, let's move on to Pomona. Do we have any nominations for Pomona? All right, I see a hand. Is that Wendy? Annie Waters, do you accept?
Second nomination for Pomona.
All right. Are there any more nominations for Pomona? Any more nominations for Pomona? All right, seeing none. Flora, do we have any nominations for Flora? Stephen, I see your psychedelic thing going. That's that.
I would like to nominate Darlene Wingfield.
Darlene, do you accept? Okay, oh, okay, because she's not.
Martha also has a nomination while we're waiting.
Martha. Mrs. Stefanoni.
You're kind of popping like popcorn over here, so, but I would like to place in the name for Flora Emily Carsonson.
Okay. Do we have any other nominations for Flora? Randy?
Randy, you're muted.
Oh, and Marilla's.
Yeah, Marilla is also.
All right. Marilla, won't you go if you're not muted?
Nominated you for Flora.
Marilla,
We can't hear her.
we can't hear you.
Randy's unmuted.
You need to unmute or whatever.
Robbie's nominated Shaylee and Shaylee's accepting.
I nominate Shealy Freitas for Laura.
Shaylee?
Shaylee.
You're nominating Shaylee. Shaylee, do you accept?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, I see Shaylee's green thumb.
Then Randy.
I don't know who else is nominated, but that's.
There's two others nominated, Susie.
Oh, was it?
Barbara Steiger.
Yeah,
Okay.
That's the nomination.
okay.
Springdale has a nomination. Well, I don't know if we're done then. Randy has a nomination.
Okay, who's Randy's nomination?
I don't know.
Randy, can we hear you now?
All right, I couldn't hear what if Emily Casterson had been nominated or not.
Yes, she has.
Thank you.
Barbara was next.
Barbara? Barbara Geiger, do you have a nomination?
I was going to nominate Emily, but she's already been nominated.
Okay.
Anybody?
Anybody else? Do we have any more nominations for Flora? So we have 3.
What's our policy on that?
Okay, now musician
Executive committee.
first. Okay, executive committee, we have 1 3-year term up for election. Do we have any nominations for the executive committee position? That'll be a 3.
Ellie
Hello.
Bruce,
Is nominated.
and she's
Seeking.
Oh, Ellie.
I nominate Stephen Hood.
Stephen Hood, you've been nominated. Do you accept?
I accept the nomination.
All right. Do we have
Hello.
any?
Hello.
Buzz?
Yeah, I'd like to nominate Jan Saxton.
Jan Saxton, do you?
Okay.
Jan says yes. Are there any other nominations for the EC position?
I'd like to nominate Vince Schulten.
Vince Schulten, do you accept?
I accept.
All right, that's 3. Do we have any more nominations for the EC position? This is a 3-year position and you get to get involved in a lot of board meetings. So you gotta like Zoom.
Linda McCracken seeking recognition. Linda McCracken is seeking.
Linda McCracken, keeper of the stuff.
I'd like to nominate Jerry Macklin from Orangevale.
Jerry, do you accept?
Yes.
All right, now we're up to 4. We're gonna have a runoff here. All right, any more? All right, any more for EC? Okay, now the last is the musician. Do we have any nominations for our musician? And Jenny has her paddle up.
Wendy DeWitt.
Wendy DeWitt, do you accept? All right. Are there any more nominations? Vince?
Martha Stefanoni.
Martha Stefanoni. Do you accept?
Please decline.
Say?
That was a decline.
Oh, she declines. Any other nominations for musician? One more time. Any more nominations for musician? All right, I think that is everybody.
Did we do gatekeeper?
Yeah.
Do you want to take nominations for 2021 location for convention?
Oh. Do you guys want to decide where we may have a convention next year if COVID's gone? That it could be a nomination too. Where we would have it. If we're not all Zoom again.
See, anybody move the mic?
Nothing, Joseph. All right, well, maybe that's a bridge we'll cross later.
Someone, I think Lynn Mello is seeking recognition.
Lynn Mello, are you seeking recognition?
Yes.
All right.
I'd like to nominate the Aromas Grange for.
Oh, that's a great Grange to have a convention. Great kitchen.
No parking.
Well, there's a lot of street room there.
We can make.
Yes, Jenny.
I would like to nominate the Fort Bragg Grange. We could all be on the coast.
Yeah. All right, aromas in Fort Bragg so far. Any others? Lillian?
I'll nominate Little Lake Grange.
Little Lake Grange, another good haul. Any other nominations? Bill?
Orangevale Grange.
Orangevale. Well, we're going to have some choices here. All right, that's 4 of them so far. Any more?
Are there any in Southern California? Because they're so.
Are there any more nominations for where we would have next year's convention? All right, seeing none, we have those 4. And I guess now you'll need to check your email for the Survey Monkey.
You'll have to give me about 5 minutes.
In about 5 minutes, we will send out all the balloting. And so for those of you out there, that means you will check your email we have on file. Survey Monkey will show up there. And you vote and it tallies everything up for us, I think.
Actually, as soon as the ballot's ready, I'm going to ask for a recess to let everybody log in
Okay,
and ballot over about 10 minutes.
all right, perfect. Then,
Why don't you go ahead and introduce,
yes, let's do that.
he's still there.
Thomas Gwynn, are you still there? Oh, Thomas.
No, that's great.
Thomas is president of the Washington State Grange.
He is not present.
You want a musical break? Wendy, could you do a little music?
Kent, there was a question that came into the
Oh.
chat. Are there minimum, this is from someone at the Prunedale Grange location. Are there minimum requirements for the location of the convention?
The hall has to be large enough and there's got to be enough motels and stuff around. You got to be able to house delegates.
Parking is big.
Yeah, and parking is big. And all those places have plenty of that. Stephen, I see your hand.
What is the hotel motel situation like in Fort Bragg?
Well, that's a tourist place. There's tons of it.
All right, thank you.
There's Martha or some, there's gotta be what, 30 hotels there.
Martha, do you want to speak?
Consider the nominations for convention as your recommendations. And we, as the state Grange, will go out and make sure that it will adequately house the number of people we have, look at the parking, look at the hotels, and see if we can make your choices work in the order of your vote. And then that way, you know, if a Grange comes up and says, you know, hey, we'd love to do it, but right now we can't, that gives them the opt-out too. Normally, pre-COVID, we would actually ask the Grange for a written proposal, or we would go and get it preset. Not knowing what will happen in 2021, we're going to try it this way. And so, you know, I'm familiar with all those halls as well as the rest of the executive committee. And we'll be looking to see whatever your choices are, how we can make it work.
Thank you, Martha. Now, Wendy, can you give us a little music for a few minutes? There we go. I'll go find a book so I can do the fourth one.
The guy that's trying to get on our food. Want mine?
It should just be linked to you.
Yeah, he said he tried that one too.
That'll be the end of it.
Here's the one that he tried right here.
I'm coming across that.
The one that he tried. All right.
Daddy dancing. It's just looking.
Is that the right one? Grange page 2.
Which is, link is just to.
Okay. I said it. Or address should
Those are dancing next door. I think that's Andy dancing.
Hope we lost the sound.
Is Annie still dancing?
That's how we'll know when it's over.
Well, I don't know. She's clapping her hands, but I don't know if it's to the music, but we're not getting any sound.
Actually, this makes the election, I think, actually go faster than a regular convention.
Of course, we also didn't introduce each of those candidates.
That's true. We didn't make everybody stand up, and it's a new process.
I have Charlie, Emily, and Shaylee. That's it.
For stand for the flag, I moved my computer 2 inches up.
look like, what's your name?
Oh. Judy?
Judith Bench.
You're real expert today.
So they're trying to do the convention.
Oh, and I've been doing it. It's, yeah, it's sort of like,
We hope you guys enjoy the out there. Thank you.
Good news. Yes.
Quinn is now working with Dennis.
He's a client of Dennis.
And bad news is he has.
Gary's not supposed to be on this link at all.
Okay.
What is it?
Gary Abraham, he's not a delegate.
Oh, he's
How did he get the link?
Somebody shared it.
Uh-huh. Good. Good.
Yeah.
They were saying they were kind of cutting out over there.
Oh, it's breaking out?
Well, I already texted them and said it was sounding like popcorn over here. So it could be the network that, something on the road.
It's so awesome in this room.
We see it for the bottom, completed over there.
Yeah.
That's why they like for, yeah.
Section or something. You don't have to worry about people's heads. Music like there's it's kind of a fundraiser.
There's enough space.
It really is a fascinating theater. It's a lot of awesome. They have a theater. Yeah, it's like a good song. Yeah. Let's just do the warehouse. So we have a catalog of open space. Yes. Oh, the Grange Business Organization. They started that shortly after the Calvin too. And they had and then as they trade more goods back and forth, really
Okay. Let's see you sit there. Here. Come here.
The "you are muted" left again. Look at her wearing mask. Look where her nose is.
On her right.
The hiccups.
Yeah.
They're getting the ballots together so they can send them out or something, honey. I'm not sure what's going on. Nothing's going on, but I think it has to do with, they nominated all the officers, and I think they're now making the ballot so they can send it out. But Kent was, nobody's running against him.
Huh?
Kent, nobody's running against him.
Oh, I thought you nominated Jan or something.
I did for executive
Hey,
committee.
Buzz.
Yeah,
Hey, Buzz.
yes,
You're not muted. All right, you're gonna play for us?
no. I'm gonna mute. Thank you.
They listen to you?
I thought I was muted and then it said unmute. And now I'm gonna go back and I'm going to mute.
Jerry, we need you.
Oh, you're at the Grange, huh? I should join you there. Is that our Grange? Oh, that's not our Grange. Okay, I'm off.
The trick to getting up in the morning is.
All right, everybody. The ballot has been sent out. You should receive it in the next 5 minutes. And I think until then, do we want to take a little recess, Lillian?
Betsy Huber just joined us if you want to have Betsy.
Oh, Betsy.
Yay.
Where is she?
She's already here. There she is.
She just, there's Betsy.
Yay.
Hi, everybody.
Hi. Would you like to say something, Betsy?
I just came on to listen and snoop.
Yeah, but we caught you.
I'm very sneaky.
How is your meeting going?
So far, I think it's working quite well.
Great.
I mean, there's little glitches we're getting through, but it's not bad. You're loud and clear to us. So we're just now sending out the election ballot.
Oh,
That's where
okay.
we're at in the process.
So we can use some words from her.
Yeah, so you have any words of wisdom for the California State Grange? I'll put you on the spot.
Yes, you are. Well, congratulations for holding your session. That's the first thing. It's certainly not easy this year, but it seems like you've put a lot of thought into it, made a lot of arrangements to make it go successfully. So that's great. Looking forward to resolutions that you adopt and send in. We have just decided to have our national convention completely virtual. So we won't have anyone in person in Valley Forge, unfortunately. But we just thought that that was the safest thing to do this year. In Pennsylvania, we're still limited to 25 people indoors. And that doesn't seem like it's going to be changing anytime soon. So that was another reason to just go ahead and cancel now. But we're looking forward to doing our business and at least seeing everybody on Zoom. It's very unhappy that we can't meet together this year. It's been a long time already since we've seen other Grangers in person, but we have to do what we have to do. So just encouraging Granges to meet however they can, either distanced or by Zoom or a conference call or however, to continue doing their great work in their communities. I'm really proud of our Granges for all the community service work that they've continued to do during this pandemic. So thank you. Congratulations.
Yes, it's a tangle of wires in here. You got to watch where you walk. Was Martha sneaking in?
Martha, test the connections, make sure they're tight.
Okay. Also check your volume to see if it's too high. If the volume on the computer is too high, it may.
It's all the way up because they were saying they couldn't hear us.
Okay.
You sound like you're really almost muted when you're talking back to us.
I'm standing there doing this.
Yeah, I know. I can see that part.
Okay.
So we can only have 12 people in a building here. So
Oh, wow.
the rest of the crew's in the building next door, and we're having a little connection problem there.
Oh,
As close as we could be, and we're
Yeah.
having the biggest difficulty.
So now we're in a holding pattern as the ballots go out on SurveyMonkey. And anyway, it's great to see you, even if I'm not going to get to see you in person.
it's great to see you too. I'm so glad that you're recovered and back to work.
Yes. In fact, last Friday, they finally gave me my driver's license back.
Oh, great.
It's there.
Yeah, it's like nothing ever happened, you know, after 20 hours of surgery.
So I'll go back and put that in.
Oh, Betsy, we can hear you.
What did the message say? So besides people talking, they're sending messages too, so.
Are we giving a certain amount of time to complete the ballot, or just until at most 64 have responded?
6,
We figured that out yet?
can you, oh,
I just sent a message telling them to check their emails. Because if it comes to image, it's gotta be it to everybody else.
did we see a survey from, a tally from Survey Monkey or?
It
Mhm.
was Kelly.
Okay.
And it's accurate too.
Yeah, it's better than us counting.
That old phrase, trust but verify.
Preston,
Mine's done.
tire camel.
What's that? My ballot's done.
Voting has commenced.
All right,
All right,
very
what's
excited.
happening?
You're not excited because nobody else running for president.
Good.
Ha.
I know, no one else wants my job.
We need to let the universe give you time to do your job.
That's true.
No one wants the job, but everybody complains about the job that's being done.
That's the way it works.
Hello there, this is Buzz at Marshall Grange.
Buzz, go ahead.
Hey, are the folks running for the contested positions going to introduce themselves? Or, I mean, there's some people I'm not sure who they are.
Oh,
Yeah, we can do that. Who do you want to know?
We have some new people.
Well, the gatekeeper folks.
Okay, so
Hey, Buzz, this is Chad Smith. I was there last year.
Hello, Chad.
Yeah.
Okay.
then the other was Jeff Box.
Right, he's at the Red Valley.
Jeff, introduce yourself. Where are you? A lot of little squares here.
Let me throw some mud at Jeff real quick. No, I'm just kidding.
Good one. Good one.
Jeff Fox, Red Valley, Buzz.
Anyway, I don't see Jeff, but Jeff Buzz is president of the Mendocino County Pomona.
Jeff Box.
Jeff Box.
Okay.
All right, thank you. I don't think you have to hold it.
That Mendocino mic, if they get a bit closer, he was talking, but really wasn't.
It was, oh, Jeff. Jeff, you weren't close enough to your mic.
Very quiet. I'm trying to text Charlie because he's the sound guy there.
Is that unmuted now?
Oh, it's getting better.
Get closer.
Closer yet. Got to stick your face in there.
All right. There we go. Is that better?
Tell them they're still really quiet because Charlie turned.
You're still pretty quiet, Jeff.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. We're using a soundboard over here, and that's been part of the problem. You
That's
guys,
better.
That's better now.
okay? You saw us as unmuted, but we were in fact muted through our soundboard. But anyway, yeah, Jeff Fox here for Redwood Valley Grange and Mendocino Pomona.
All right, Buzz, any other questions on any other people running?
You're good. You're good.
Thank you.
Do you want to talk through the
Yeah, like 4 for executive.
All right. So let's start with you, Stephen, since you're running for the executive committee. You want to kind of introduce yourself?
He's helping Ann.
Mr. Hood.
He's running to it now.
Where did he go?
Flora introductions too. Flora introductions.
Yeah, you've
Right.
got 3 there. You've got 2 for Letchworth.
I'm here.
Okay, why don't you just give a quick rundown on yourself, because there's several running for that position.
Sure. My name's Stephen Hood. I live in Fresno. I am a member of Central Union Grange in Lemoore, where I'm overseer, and I am master of the Central California Pomona Grange. I'm also president of the California State Grange Foundation Board and the lead deputy for the California State Grange at this time.
Too many jobs already, Steve.
I know.
All right. Jan Saxon.
I am currently your vice president and have been acting state Grange president for part of this past year while Kent was
Disabled.
And it's been a pleasure to serve and to get to know people and talk a lot on the phone. I didn't get to go out visiting as much as I was hoping to.
Vince Schulten.
Hi, Vince Schulten, Hessel Grange in Sebastopol. Been president of Sebastopol Grange. Now president of the Hessel Grange. Previously been the gatekeeper for state of California, and now your current steward.
And Jerry Macklin. Jerry, where are you in Orangedale?
I made it. I had to go from
There
the
you
back.
go.
They keep me in the back of the room. Jerry with Orangeville Grange. I've been past master of Orangeville for about 9 years. I'm currently overseer for the last 3 or 4 years. And I've been doing my best to work as hard as we can to get the California State Grange back on the right foot. And I've just been having a lot of fun doing it. Thank you.
All right. Vice President Joseph Stefanoni.
Good morning, brothers and sisters. My name is Joseph Stefanoni. I'm a member of Bennett Valley Grange number 16 in Santa Rosa. Currently also employed as your National Grange Director of Membership and Leadership Development, where I work across the country with community Granges, assisting them with their membership development and leadership efforts.
Jan.
I'm still Jan Saxton. I should probably say I am a member of the Aromas Community Grange and past president and EC member of that Grange. And I was chaplain for a while, but we've passed that on to Matthew Beachy, who's doing a great job.
All right, lecturer Jenny Reynolds.
I'm Jenny Reynolds. I'm from the Redwood Valley Grange. I'm also the gatekeeper here for the California State Grange, and I went to the National Grange Convention last year by default with Jan Saxon to cover for Kent Westwood. And I'm on the National Grange Task Force for Diversity and to erase racism.
Katie Squire.
Hi, I'm Katie Squire. I am the master of Central Union Grange, number 559, and based out of Lemoore. I have served in many capacities, and I'm currently serving as your California State Grange lecturer. Also the Pomona lecturer.
What? Assistant Steward Brandon.
I don't know how I'm on camera. I'm Brandon Nebbit. I'm the current assistant steward for the California State Grange from Rosedale Grange 565. And I am a lifelong Granger and happy to be here.
Lady Assistant Steward Susie, you want to let them know about you?
Hi, I'm Susie Wakefield-Leskowski, and I'm from Rosedale Grange number 565. I'm also a lifetime Granger, and I've been proud to be your lady assistant steward, and hope to have some more good years.
All right, Barbara Geiger, our chaplain, would you like to introduce yourself to those who don't know you?
Be bigger still.
Barbara, where are you? I hear Buzz.
I thought I muted, man.
they're muted, they're trying to
Wow.
figure it out. You're good. There you go, Barbara.
I'm Barbara Geiger, and I am a 50-year plus member, and I'm master of Prunedale Grange, and I've been chaplain and enjoy being chaplain of the California State Grange.
And a great singer.
Thank you.
Did we go through?
How about Flora? Who's,
Do you want to go through the list?
Yeah.
Sure.
So I'm next. So for treasurer, I'm your candidate, Christina Webster. I've been serving you for the last 2 years. I've been a member since 3 generations before I was born. And some of the old timers might remember me better as Christina Fletcher. And for treasurer's sake, I have a bachelor's degree in accounting as well.
Okay, give me a second.
She's next. You do gatekeeper, Jeff and Chad.
We started there.
yeah.
Lynn, you're next.
I'm me and I sign everything and.
And it's very hardworking.
A long time.
All right, series, Ellie Bruce. Want to introduce yourself? Oh, Ellie, next door.
And you have to unmute.
Yeah. I see. Oh, wait, no, sorry, I'm not projecting. That's Christina, but Chad right there. And
Is
then
Ellie muted or what?
Jeff is in this group, not in front of the camera.
Gotcha. Okay. I think I missed him when he spoke up.
Can you guys hear us over there?
There you go.
Yep, use your voice. I'm Ellie Bruce. I'm from Little Lake Grange in Mendocino County. I've been in the series for the last 2 years, and I'm a lifetime Grange member.
Pomona, Annie Waters.
Hi, I'm Annie Waters. I'm currently the chaplain at Little Lake Grange. I'm a past master of Little Lake Grange and a number of other offices. Also the vice president of the Mendocino Pomona. I'm on the National Grange Degree Video Committee along with Martha Stefanoni, and I've written a book called The Spirit of the Grange, and that's myself.
Okay, for Flora, Emily Casterson, you want to introduce yourself, please?
Hi, I'm Emily. I'm the current Flora. I'm also the current lecturer at Aptos Grange. Joined about 15 years ago, maybe 16. Love doing it, and that's about it.
Thank you. Shaylee in Redwood Valley.
I attend. You have to get really close.
You got really close to the mic. Attendance and ice cream, you're going to eat it. Get right up there.
I am Shelly Freitas. I attend high school and I'm a senior. I like hiking.
Okay, and then Susie, do you speak for Darlene? Is she online?
Yes, I just spoke with her and she said I could speak for her.
Right.
Darlene Wingfield has been a Grange member her whole life, and she is from Rosedale Grange, number 565 in Kern County. And she feels honored to be nominated by Stephen, and she would happily fulfill the duties if elected.
Thank you, Susie. All right, musician Wendy DeWitt, do you want to tell everybody about yourself? We know you're a great piano player.
Thank you. I'm Wendy DeWitt. I'm president of Redwood Valley Grange, and I was actually brought into the Grange in about 1980. But then I was living in the Bay Area for a long time, and it's really nice to be back in the country where we have active Granges. Music is a really important part of a happy heart and a happy soul, and I'm looking for what I can do to bring that to whatever Grange event I'm lucky enough to be able to participate in.
Okay, we've gone through all the introductions, I think.
Tom Glenn is back on.
Oh, all right. We get Tom on.
Right there down.
Yeah, I see Tom in the corner. See if we can get him on the big screen.
He just triggered it. Spotlight.
We're going to enlarge. There you are, Tom. You can speak if you're unmuted.
We're the master and brothers and sisters of the California State Grange. I bring you greetings from the state of Washington. I am observing some of the items you're doing today as our session takes place at the end of the month. We have done somewhat similar to you, only we will be in 4 locations around the state, as we can have quite a few more people together than you are allowed at this point. It should be a good convention. I wish you the best for your convention, and hopefully I will continue to learn plenty from what you are doing so that we can implement those items at our convention later this month. Thank you for having me in here today.
You're welcome, Tom. It's an interesting process. You'll love it.
Yeah. Got his pickle sitting behind him.
And then, so how do we know how the voting is going? You have to.
I'm not even gonna try to figure that out. Don't come back.
I'm putting a note in there, please cast your ballots. The Survey Monkey is ready to count them.
Can we tell if, because
We had
you did mine, but you don't know if it.
We had a comment from one of the.
It's gone. I mean, if you got the message that
Oh,
where they wanted to sell you on
He typed
winning
something.
monkey, it went through.
You got yours, Vince?
Again, then?
Yeah, don't do it again.
who is it?
In fact, I think it's set to limit to 1 vote.
Oh, so then I should try, because then if it won't limit me, then.
You can do that.
The president,
Yes.
Chad's going to like to introduce himself again.
Oh, Chad, go ahead.
Formally.
Wherever you are, Chad.
Yeah.
My mute was stuck. Yeah, hi guys. I was pretty informal in my intro. I'm Chad Smith with the North up in Trinity County, number 763. I just like Buzz a lot. He was wondering. But yeah, I've been a Grange here for about 4 years now, but involved in Grange functions my whole life. Is my audio coming through? That's an awkward silence.
Yes, good. We even had you on the big screen.
Oh, no.
No further questions.
No. Are you going to be a lawyer next, Brandon?
I just like to argue.
All right.
That's a qualification.
I'd like to cross-examine the.
Oh gosh, can you imagine if that was what we did?
Drag the meetings out.
Before you sit down, I have a question for you.
Play musical chairs.
So Thursday night, we did our ad. We didn't finish till Thursday night though.
Waiting for me.
We're waiting for Survey Monkey, I think.
Oh, yeah, waiting for the Survey Monkey.
But if it's gonna be a lot longer, we
We wait for serving.
no.
Well, we're serving.
I wonder if we should do, maybe do one resolution or something.
Only 49 have responded out of 64. So somebody didn't get a ballot, I need to know.
What are we doing in the hubs? Are we voting?
Hubs, they log in and vote individually.
Yeah, everybody had to bring their own computer or phone to get into their email.
So I don't know. Oh, I'm sorry. The number's updated at 56.
All right, coming in, they're coming in.
I know how email is too. Not everybody gets it at the same time.
True.
Lynn Schulten also said that hers hit her spam folder, so they should check that as well.
Check your
Hit
spam.
it, check your spam folder.
And you can right click it and say not spam.
Well, we're pretty close to done then.
Only, what's that, 8 more?
No, 59 to 64, that's only.
Oh, I thought you said 58.
About half a dozen.
64. So, wait, 5 more minutes?
Sure.
Call it good?
No.
No. Vince actually tried it and just to confirm that his email had gone through. And it got a nice polite note that said, you already did this.
Okay, well, that's good.
We're not in Chicago.
We also didn't remind them that those that practice that don't put other weird names on the blanks.
No Mickey Mouses.
In the Disney election, Robin Hood won for treasurer.
I say Mary Poppins.
He's really foxy. I'm sorry.
It's not even noon yet, Katie.
I guess the question is, have all voted who wish to vote?
Yeah, has everybody voted who wished to vote? Has anyone not seen the Survey Monkey?
A question came in from the Mendocino Pomona Hub. Does the monitor know who has voted and whose vote may be missing?
We do not.
We don't know. But they can't vote twice, we know that. Because Vince already tried, didn't work.
Well, I wasn't sure, so.
Right, but it told you you
Yep, it won't let you log back in.
Is anyone having difficulty with this? Now is the time to speak up.
Unless you're muted.
Unless you're muted, yes.
Then unmute first and then speak up.
Hold your pallets up.
Oh, Emily?
Emily,
One from Survey Monkey. I keep reloading and checking my spam and I'm not getting an email.
Working on it.
Double check.
was there's a little glitch in our email address or something.
Which is a possibility.
See, this is when we could be raffling things off and all the fun stuff.
So how do I forward that to him?
It's on the Facebook page. It's the most recent post.
So just tell him to look at Facebook.
The Redwood Valley Grange is having some trouble with their sound. It's booming coming in, but when they're sending it out, it's really quiet, so they're trying to have.
The little glitches.
Oh, yes.
Emily Castor said it should be on its way now.
See how long it takes to get next door.
She's right there.
Oh. There she is.
I was told the router was over here, so I might have better connectivity.
Oh, yeah, maybe.
Marion Nichols at Orangeville, I think, wants to say something.
Not hearing, huh? Go ahead.
Marion, do you want to say something? Orangevale.
Lillian Frank Nichols' cell phone's working, but mine isn't, Marion.
Okay, so Frank got one, but you did not?
Frank's is fine. He's got the ballot, but I don't have it.
Okay, let me double check.
Same little glitches Oregon had. Pretty minor.
Well, I'm getting texts from a couple of people back home that are trying to just watch it.
That's where we're having problems.
That's where we're having problems.
Where?
The outside feed.
Oh, like through Facebook or what?
Yeah, yeah. It's kicking them off where it says opening, but
it won't.
It won't.
Okay.
And then it kicks into the Zoom, which they can't access either. Delegate.
No,
Zoom
that's
is for
right.
delegates.
That's right.
Delegates.
Yeah, it
so,
shouldn't be.
Yeah.
Yeah, it shouldn't be kicking them to the Zoom.
Well, it's like my wife's getting it, so.
Aren't we on YouTube?
The delegate.
We're supposed to be on.
It should be.
So tell them maybe to try YouTube.
I told them to try it again now. Just change something, so.
Try a different link. Might work better.
Yeah. We'll see if that works. He'll text me if it works.
Well, the good thing is, once all the ballots are cast, the work is done. We don't have people over there.
Counting and, yeah.
That is kind of handy though.
Yeah, that's fast.
Counting and double counting.
I mean, I did that survey and
No, that was
see if you know the folks, because it's just ding,
yeah.
my first convention. Frank had me.
Worthy President,
Yes.
it's Michael from Mattoll, 569. I would like to know if we could get a copy of your address to the convention, because I find it would be very useful for putting out through our community to let people know what the California State Grange stands for.
Yes, I can send that to you via email.
That'd be great. And I'd like to ask also, my impression is that the Granges have dealt with the COVID crisis, not by seeking extra privileges or funds or something, but by helping their communities. And I think such a fact should go noticed in some way, or if there has been activities that Grangers have undertaken because of this crisis, it would be good for us all to know. Thank you.
Want to talk, Jenny, about what Redwood Valley's done?
Sure. So this is Jenny Reynolds from Redwood Valley. And what we've done is reached out, and we've been having puzzle exchanges. We've been doing the first Thursday of every month, doing a live stream that we've done cheese making, flower arranging, mask making, bubble wand making, just to keep our presence in there. We have been passing out masks and hand sanitizer that comes to us through the county, because the Redwood Valley Grange also houses the Redwood Valley Municipal Advisory Council. And so that came through there. We've still kept the spay clinic going, and we have a free book library out front, and we are a hot spot for the county where youth that are having to study from home, or anybody who needs to use our internet, may come to our parking lot and use the internet. We put on a live stream and made some money, and it's still on YouTube. You can still connect in, and we're still making some money, hopefully, when people observe it. And we're going to have another live stream benefit fundraiser on November 8th with, again, 4 wonderful musicians. And we've been doing some meetings, dinner meetings by Zoom, where you say, we're all going to cook this meal, and then we all Zoom. And we did that with Wendy, and I did that with Lillian and Martha. And I highly recommend that you all do that with each other's Granges.
Thank you, Jenny. So there are some ideas, Michael.
Did you see Sebastopol wanted to share
Mhm.
their activities were going on right now?
Sebastopol, do you have something to share?
Hello, this is Laura Schaefer, President Sebastopol Grange, and we just wanted to tell everybody, since the pandemic started, we've let organization that cooks for the homeless basically take over our Grange kitchen, and they're cooking meals 7 days a week for the homeless to distribute throughout Santa Rosa and around Sebastopol, which we've had our fair number of with the pandemic, their problems. So we're really grateful that they're able to cook every day in our hall. We're also doing a produce and seed exchange here twice a month outside with social distancing. And we've been working with our local seed exchange group because they don't have a place to exchange seeds right now. So they're doing it at the Grange Hall twice a month. And garden produce and start. So we're, and it's Grangers and non-Grangers are coming in and helping that. And this is our 3rd year we've done this. So it's really great that we're able to do it through the pandemic. We've been doing all our Zoom meetings and connecting. And then we've also started a hedgerow pollinator project in the back of the Grange, thinking that we'll be having more outside activities. So trying to get the garden in the back to be more Granger friendly, but also friendly for the bees and the pollinators in Sonoma County, which are struggling. So that's what we've been working on during the pandemic, and hope to be planting in the end of this month. And thank you, everyone. It's good to be here.
Thank you.
Stephen wants to speak.
Stephen.
Great President, I would just like to talk about my Grange, Central Union Grange. which was the only Grange from California to receive a Distinguished Grange Award. I was really disappointed that with all the activities I've seen on Facebook and heard about all of these other Granges, that we didn't have any more entries from California into the Distinguished Grange contest. But we do a lot for a little Grange without a Grange Hall, and we're really proud of what we do. We help out in our local community, and a lot of people don't realize that our local community, where our Grange draws from, covers a 100-mile span across the San Joaquin Valley. Our master Katie lives in Coalinga. I live 90 miles away from her in Fresno. Our secretary lives another 20 or 30 miles to the east in Selma, Sioux. So we cover a very wide area, and we try to do activities that help out in all of our areas. Unfortunately, this year, one of our big activities, which is providing meals and supplies to the Ronald McDonald House at Valley Children's Hospital in Madera, we weren't able to do that because of the COVID situation. But we were able to help out with Children's Museum and Library in Hanford. We donate a meal to a family at the elementary school in Lemoore, nearest to where our Grange meets. And we have lots of other community service activities that we participate in. And I would just hope, in hearing all of this good stuff going on around the state, that next year we get more entries into the Distinguished Grange program that the National Grange has.
Thank you, Stephen.
Coyote Grange would like to speak.
Coyote Grange, you're next.
Hi, I am Heather Stern, Secretary of Coyote Grange. We are a very small hall, but we actually have a hall. A local church group meets in our premises under normal circumstances every Sunday. And we worked with a local pastor to quickly move to Zoom online. We additionally supported his efforts to make sure to remain legal within the nearby county jurisdiction, handle all paperwork regarding COVID practices, and one of our members kept up to date online with those changing practices because they were changing very quickly. Our entire hall is COVID practices approved for the current region with all the right paperwork up, and they have been online every Sunday basically since the entire shutdown effect, even before the paperwork and so on went through. They've been very much assisting us with appropriate distancing in maintenance, bringing our electrical to some improvements as well. It's been very good as a partnership, and their pastor has joined our membership.
You've got Aromas wants to on Santa Cruz Live.
Okay, Aromas next. Aromas, did you want to speak? Where is Aromas?
Lynn?
I'm here. The space bar didn't seem to be working when I would hit it. Anyways, hi, and thank you. So the Aromas Grange executive team meeting, our officers have been meeting on a regular basis on Zoom, and then we've also had general membership meetings on Zoom. We haven't had a lot of participation in the general membership meetings, but they're there every month. Our partners, so we have a group of 8 partners that work with us under the Grange, and Neighbors Helping Neighbors is one of them. And we've been all working together to do food distribution weekly at the Aroma School, and we've been serving about 130 families. We're also in the process of organizing volunteers to work with our school district to have tutors available on Zoom for children who will need assistance, with schoolwork. And then we're working on having our Wi-Fi possibly available to folks in cars to do work in their cars in our parking lot. Some folks need to get away because their children are, in the home and it's hard for them to do their work. And maybe some folks don't have Wi-Fi and they could bring their children over in the cars if they need to connect. And then lastly, we did, in partnership with our dog park, set up an evacuation center at our local dog park for the Santa Cruz or the SCZ complex fire. There were a lot of folks up in Felton and in the Santa Cruz Mountains that were connected to Aromas and had like relatives, and folks evacuated and went to those relatives, and some folks didn't have enough room. And so we made that available. We didn't have a whole lot of turnout, but we did make it available for those folks. So that's what's been going on in the world of the Aromas Grange and community. Thank you.
Thank you. Sherry, you had something from Live Oak?
Yeah, hi everyone. It's so great to hear what everyone's doing. It's one of my favorite parts of convention. So thanks to whoever initiated this discussion. Santa Cruz Live Oak is right down the Highway 1 from Aromas. We are on the north part of the Monterey Bay. And our area used to be lots of chicken and apple farms, and now it is pretty suburban. But I just wanted to report out during the pandemic, we've, like all of you, tried to focus our activities online and also outside. So we've moved our Free to Be a Kid clothing exchange, which gives free clothing and backpacks and shoes to about 250 families every month just out in the parking lot. That's been a labor of love and going pretty well. We've also really expanded community gardens. As people are unemployed and they have more time at home, they are really into gardening this year. And so we have a lease with a local church down the street. And we have about 55 families gardening on an acre property there. And also at our own Grange, we have our own community garden that we're still managing. We also have our annual, our monthly food exchange, which just invites Grange members to, exchange food that they grow, and our ranchers can also trade. So it's not just cash exchange, it's also barter, which is really fun. So that attracts a lot of members and community. And to try to make money, because we're bleeding money, we can't rent the hall. We try to figure out how do we get good food in the neighborhood. Because we don't have any restaurants around here, or places where people could walk or bike to go and eat. So we started a food truck pop-up program in the parking lot. It's been really successful. And it's also helped entrepreneurs, like local food businesses that lost a lot of business from their catering because they can't do private events anymore, have a place to actually sell. So that's been really fun. Also during the CZU fires, a lot of our members were impacted. We had one member completely lose their home, and a lot of folks, their water systems went out. So we opened the hall to just host people, whoever needed to have an evacuation space. And a couple people took us up on it, mostly RVs in the parking lot. So that was a wild and terrible time. And we're still, checking in with everybody and make sure they have support to recover from that tragedy. Another thing we've done is really reach out to our farmer community and invite them to use our parking lot for CSA drop-offs. CSA, our community supported agriculture, enrollment has really gone up during the pandemic as people don't want to go to the grocery store. So that's been really popular as well. So we've had a couple growers use our parking lot for that. So that's it for us. Thanks for sharing, everyone.
Thank you, Sherry. So Lillian, do we have results now?
We have results. We have 59 responses.
All right. Well, let's hear. Who's won, who's in runoffs, and
Brandon, can I get you to verify with me?
Okay. Let's see, this is for president. Okay, nominations for California State Grange President 2020 to 2022. Kent Westwood,
well, I beat nobody.
yes, ran against himself. He received 98.31%, that's 58 votes. How do you read the percentage?
No.
Kent Westwood, 58 votes, blank 1, write-in 0, total 59 votes cast. Kent Westwood has been elected president.
Yay.
Okay, California State Grange Vice President. Joseph Stefanoni, 33, Jan Saxton, 26, 0 blank, 0 write-in, total 59 cast. Joe Stefanoni is Vice President.
Yay.
A little more on your plate.
Yeah.
I'd be delighted.
Okay, this is lecturer. Katie Squire, 32 votes. Jeannie Reynolds, 26. Blank 1, write-in 0, 59 cast. Katie Squire has been elected lecturer. California State Grange steward. Vince Schulten, 56. Blank 2, write-in 1 for, what's it say? Jeff Box. Jeff Box, 1 vote. You've elected Vince Schulten as your steward. Assistant steward, Brandon Nevitt, 57, blank 2, write-in 0. And I have been elected assistant steward. Okay, lady assistant steward, Susie Laskowski, 57 votes, blank 1, and a write-in for Annie Waters, 1 vote. Susie Laskowski has been elected lady assistant steward. Okay, California State Grange chaplain, Barbara Geiger, 57 votes, blank 1, and write-in vote for Annie Waters. Barbara Geiger has been elected chaplain. State Grange treasurer, Christina Webster, 59 votes out of 59 cast. Christina Webster.
You are popular.
California State Grange treasurer. Slide. Okay, this is secretary. California State Grange secretary, also 100% of the vote. Lillian Booth is elected. Excellent job. Let's see. California State Grange gatekeeper. This one was a real wrestling match. Let's see. Jeff Box, 21 votes. Chad Smith, 34 votes. 4 blank, 0 write-ins. Chad Smith has been elected gatekeeper. Okay, California State Grange series. Ellie Bruce, 58 votes, blank 0, write-in 1 for Annie Waters. Ellie
Somebody
Bruce
likes
has
Annie.
been elected series. California State Grange Pomona. Annie Waters, 58 votes, blank 1, write-in 0. Annie Waters has been elected. That was Pomona. In California State Grange, Florida. Darlene Wingfield, 10 votes. Emily Casterson, 25 votes. Shaylee Freitas, 21 votes. Blank 2 and write-in 0. We have to do a runoff between Emily Casterson and Shaylee Freitas. Okay. And executive committee 3-year. Stephen Hood, 21 votes. Jan Saxton, 17 votes. Vince Schulten, 12 votes. Jerry Macklem, 9 votes. Blank 0, write-in 0. Is there a runoff here? No. Is there a runoff between Stephen Hood and Jan Saxton? Musician, 59 votes for Wendy DeWitt. Bring it down the house. Wendy is elected musician. And for convention location, possible convention location 2021, if all things go well. Romus Grange, 18 votes. Fort Bragg Grange, 25 votes. Little Lake Grange, 3 votes. Hornville Grange, 10 votes. Blank 2, write-in 1, 4. Prudendale Grange. So hopefully we will be
At the ocean.
going to Fort Bragg Grange in 2021.
These are recommendations.
These are recommendations.
Okay.
But they're ranked.
But they're ranked. Yes. Okay.
Thank you, Brenda.
No problem. Thank you.
2 runoffs to go out. So we could send those out and take a lunch break.
Cool.
Oh, we just need to close the Bible. Do we need to do a salutation? Christina, maybe you could close the Bible since you're next to it. And let's see, we're about. So those of you out there, in a few minutes, check your emails. The runoffs will be coming to you. And then we'll also break for lunch and come back at 12:50.
Okay.
All right.
Grange is at ease.
The Grange is at ease until 12:50.
Awesome.
Find your lunch.
Find lunch.
That's about the fastest we ever election and got results.
You're not getting there. That's usually an
There are certain
process.
things that we will use.
I was gonna say that was lightning.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. Doing great.
And it's an hour.
Oh, yeah.
Election. Okay. That was.
Yeah. I mean, can you imagine if we had like 5?
I think that even when we're back together, though, that is just a great way to do it.
Yeah. You know,
This year. Right. It's not wrong. Yeah, it is. I've been doing it. Want to know I have a piece of mind left? Not even one small piece, not even one small piece of mind.
Doing it.
Give them back to me.
Martha, I'm ready.
Let's mute.
What if you are?
Just a 5-minute, we should give everybody a 5-minute warning.
Oh. Yes, ma'am.
Do any of those appeal to you?
Oh, I'm
Hey, Worthy Master, we're ready to rock and roll here.
Yeah, yeah, I know.
Turn the camera
But I've had Dropbox for years and,
Who wants to do resolutions first? That's the question.
but everything that was.
Want to get that big one out of the way, Joseph?
There, so
So it keeps. Jenny,
it keeps it well.
who wants to go first on resolutions? That's where we're going.
Well, not us.
Not you guys?
We want to have someone else start it out. We have a lot of resolutions, but can we have someone else start?
Vince. All right, gang, we're going to start with the resolution process. And agriculture is going first.
003 is what we'll start. We'll do it by number. Would you like me to read the whereases and the resolve?
Sure.
Resolved only.
No. Resolves only? Okay.
So this is the removal, this is the Agriculture and Water Committee that put this together. This is resolution number 003. And it was favorable as amended from the committee. And the resolved will read, the California State Grange legislation that will raise the cultivation cap for cannabis cooperatives of 4 acres.
To
what the,
to 10 acres.
it's supposed to be to 10 acres.
Yeah.
Okay, supports.
It didn't print out. Yeah.
That's why I read it off the board.
This one doesn't have it.
Where did the printed copy?
Yeah. So then I'll just read it off the board. So resolved, the California State Grange supports legislation that will raise the cultivation cap for cannabis cooperatives of 4 acres to 10 acres.
All right.
The committee report was favorable as amended.
All right. Do we have any comments on this? Nothing, Joseph?
I'm not seeing anything.
Katie, you see anything?
No, I'm not seeing anything. I'm trying.
All right, we are not getting any comments, and I think we are ready to. Mad
Can you
River?
hear me? Can you hear
Yes.
me?
Yes.
Oh, Ann Pitts, from the President Windsor Grange. I'd like to ask a question on the resolved. Can you still hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, good. Oh, okay. Now, when you say cannabis cooperatives, is that licensed persons that have licenses to grow this?
So this is for a cooperative that would be set up with many small farmers within that co-op. And right now, the co-ops are only allowed 4 acres, whereas individuals can have up to 10 acres. And so this is really looking towards the small farmers being able to compete with the larger ones, because they've kind of kneecapped us at 4 acres for cooperatives versus 10 acres.
I
Hopefully
see.
that helps.
Okay. That answers it. Yeah, all right.
Annie Waters was next.
Annie Waters. Annie Waters.
She's muted.
You must, I think you're muted, Annie. Nothing from Annie. Anybody else?
They're working on it. Laura Schaefer at Sebastopol.
Laura Schaefer at Sebastopol until Annie gets plugged in.
All right, I'm fine. I'll wait.
Annie's on.
No, the question got answered. It was about the difference between the cooperative size and the small farm size. So I just was
Okay.
curious to how many people are usually in a cooperative and how many acres that might be in a cooperative.
Should I speak now?
Yes.
So I could answer that question slightly. So a cooperative can be any size, and it's very difficult to fit them into the regulatory framework because it could have 100 members. It have 6 members. And so if you imagine, say, 20 small farms trying to fit into the same regulation as one larger farm, it's very difficult for those people to get any kind of cost benefit for their situation. So we need to make them at least 10 acres. I would love to see a new resolution next year that'll help this be more refined, but this is our attempt to at least get the cooperatives, no matter what size they are, up to an equal basis of an individual licensed cannabis grower.
And someone at Redwood Valley.
Redwood Valley, you next.
No, they're saying no.
Anyone else?
I don't believe, nobody in the chat. I'm not seeing anybody on video.
All right, anybody else have a question on this resolution?
The current cultivation cap for cannabis of 4 acres to 10 acres.
It's written, right? Could we
What?
for cooperatives?
Does Jeff have something to say?
Yeah.
Then he does.
Jeff Box, do you want to say something?
No.
No, okay. Seeing no more, it's time for the green paddles. Or a paddle, any, green for starters. All right, paddles up. All right, you guys got to look. Okay, paddles down. Anybody opposed? 1 red paddle. All right.
2
more.
2, 3. 3 red. That resolution carries. It is approved.
Congratulations, first virtual.
1 down. Yes.
Right.
No, we did.
No, we did the
budget
I
one.
mean,
Yeah.
policy resolutions.
Okay, there we go.
Okay, Jenny. Grange Law next.
Take my theme, Mario.
Grange Law, I'm gonna use Vince's steam here. He's accusing me. Grange Law, we have 004, Grange Officer Elections Bylaws Resolution. And we voted favorable as amended. And the resolve would read, the National Grange adopt a bylaw change that allows for subordinate / community granges to choose to elect officers using a statement of acclamation by the master / president using the Roberts Rules of Order, description of election by acclamation. Whenever there is nomination, only one individual for an office by changing the digest of laws, the state bylaws as follows. And then adopt a code. So do I have to read all of the, should I read all of it?
Yeah.
Nominating speeches shall not be allowed in any of the Granges in the various divisions of the order, junior, subordinate, Pomona, state, or national, at the time of the election of officers. But in the election of officers, a member may present the name of another member as a candidate for a Grange office, provided this rule has been adopted by the Grange having jurisdiction. A motion to close nominations is never in order, and members may vote for a member whether the member's name has been placed in nomination or not. And then it's be changed as follows. Nominating speeches shall not be allowed in any of the Granges in the various divisions of the order, junior, subordinate, Pomona, national, state or national, at the time of the election of officers. But in the Grange office, provided this rule this rule has been adopted by the Grange having jurisdiction. If only one candidate in a subordinate community Grange is nominated for any office, then after 3 attempts by the presiding official or master president to get another nomination for that office, master president can then ask for a motion to close nominations and elect by acclamation. If this motion passes, the office is immediately filled by acclamation. Otherwise, a ballot vote is taken as usual, and members may vote for any member, whether the member's name is placed in nomination or not.
And be it further.
And be it further, I have to read it up here because it's not here. Yeah, see where it is?
Upon approval at the bottom.
Okay, upon approval, this resolution shall be forwarded to the National Grange for consideration.
Okay. All right. So do we have any discussion on this resolution? And what was the committee's report finding?
Favorable as amended.
Okay.
And the amendment was we changed the Little Lake Grange and the California State Grange to the National Grange specific.
I believe Liam at Little Lake is seeking recognition.
Liam, would you like to speak? Little Lake.
I would. I opposed this amendment when it was proposed at Little Lake, and I still oppose it. I believe that the reasons for having a motion to close nominations never in order is perfectly valid. And I like the traditional way that it's done. I think it makes it more possible for a bully to maintain control of a Grange. Thank you.
Yeah, Wyandotte Grange, I oppose the resolution also. We've had a long history of tradition within the Grange not to expose a minority of one. And when you have someone object to something like this, they're being exposed as a minority of one.
More discussion.
Annie.
Annie Waters.
Annie Waters, Pomona Grange, number 10. I am in favor of this resolution. I feel, as in my many years of sitting in, watching these nominations go forward, that we spend a lot of time on counting votes when there's just one person being nominated, and there'll be one write-in vote or no write-in votes in the subordinate ranges, especially with our small membership bases now. And it's very frustrating to new members to see this long, especially since it's done in November and December, to see hours spent on elections. They don't understand the process. And if you read the resolution carefully, it's within Robert's Rules of Order, which we have adopted as our organization's method for conducting meetings. I really encourage us to vote for this and give our subordinates a chance to move forward on real business rather than spending time on counting empty ballots. Thank you.
Any more discussion?
I don't see any. No.
All right. Any more discussion? We're not.
Ann Pitts.
Ann Pitts.
Yeah, you know what? Could somebody just brief me on Robert's rule? I forgot what it all meant.
Joseph.
Robert's Rules of Order, specifically the newly revised version, which comes out about once a decade, is the catch-all parliamentary procedure for most organizations in the country. Within the Grange, we have our own established parliamentary procedure. And what the Digest of Laws says is that on any matter on which the Digest of Laws is silent, Robert's Rules of Order becomes the guide. So if our organizational laws and governing documents cover something that conflicts with Robert's rules, our organizational laws and governing documents take precedent.
Oh, I see. Oh, thank you.
All right. Any more questions or discussion?
I have a question or piece of information. On my screen, I can only see a part of this resolution. I would like to see the whole resolution.
You want to see the whereases, Michael?
Because usually we have a book we can.
Yeah, I'm looking at the one that was sent out originally, and there was another amendment because they struck part of what we originally printed out.
I don't know if you can read that, Michael, or not.
So what if I do it
In sections.
like that? Is that better?
Yeah, that's better.
How's that, Michael? All right, well, he's reading that. Is there any more questions or discussion? None? All right, one more time. Is there any more questions or discussion on this resolution?
Coyote Grange, Heather?
Coyote Grange, Heather.
At the current time, is there any specification for how additional nominees will be sought during the preamble to the election process? It seems to me that this conceptually adds an insistence upon attempts to seek additional nominations if there's only one candidate. Thank you.
So I didn't hear that well.
Can you repeat that just a bit louder or closer to the microphone, please?
Yes. It seems to me that this adds context that insists that there should be some attempt, specifically 3 attempts, to seek additional nominations for an office for which there is only one nominee.
That's already standard.
Yeah.
In the text as written, it doesn't say that, but now in the additional text, it would state that explicitly rather than possibly implicitly as guided by Robert's rules.
That's just part of our standard election proceedings. And I think Kent did that earlier when he was looking for nominees. You ask 3 times, are there any more nominations for this office? So we don't need to add that to the resolved. It just shows up in this particular one, but that's standard practice.
And you could still write someone in.
And you can still write someone in.
The current happens, this would change that.
All right, any more questions or discussion?
Redwood Valley Grange.
Redwood Valley?
You'll have to ask.
Redwood Valley, who wants to speak to it there?
I don't have anything to say here representing Redwood Valley other than I had never heard of the process of acclimation until a few years ago when I first joined the Grange in one of our elections. And in looking back, it was like a slam dunk thing. We just went through boom, 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 acclamation, and everybody was pretty much elected by a process of acclamation. I like the option of being able to write in somebody if you wanted to. That all being said, when this was presented to our Grange, we did vote as a Grange to support it. That's all I have to say.
Okay, Michael and Ellen next.
Did anybody
Pretty
hear
much
it?
said what I was going to say, but I wanted to say that in regard to Vince's point about bullying, the opportunity either to not vote for the candidate or to write in is a silent way where intimidation isn't really effective. So that would be an opportunity to be more fully expressive of exactly how one felt in a possibly intimidatory atmosphere in a Grange convention. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellen. Mendocino Pomona.
I was just going to point out that if a officer is declared a winner, there is no written ballot, so it's impossible to do a write-in.
That's true. All right, anybody else? Any more questions or comments on this resolution? All right, seeing none, let's flip up the panels. Green ones first. Your turn, Bill. Let's put up all those in favor, the green panel.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
13.
7, 8.
Got 22.
You got 22 green?
Problem is that they keep.
Between both screens.
You guys are on different screens. Okay, let's go with the red then. There's 7 red here.
12. We need to know on Ellen, is she voting green or is she voting red?
Ellen, we need to know if you're green or red.
Which Ellen?
Which Ellen?
Ferguson.
Huh?
Ferguson.
Ferguson, Ellen Ferguson.
Okay, she's saying green, so.
I'm green.
Okay, thank you.
Now we got greens coming up again.
It's counted.
Okay, we got the count?
No, we're gonna have to do it again.
Okay.
May I suggest that they all hold up their vote, green or red?
At the same time.
And for those that don't have a paddle, thumbs up or thumbs down.
Okay, we're gonna need another count. Put up your paddles, whether it's green or red at the same time. And if for some reason you don't have a paddle, put a thumb up or down. And we'll get a closer count.
Awesome. You guys are great.
I see 36 greens. And I'm counting 22 red. I'm out here, out there.
Plus 7 in here. You're losing count, Jeff.
The problem is when you flip to the second screen.
Yeah, we're getting.
Yeah.
Some overlap.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
overlap. You have to figure out where the overlap.
Worthy Master, I call for a roll call vote.
That may be easier.
That may be easier, Stephen.
Good idea.
Let's mark these down. Aptos Grange, Robin, you first.
Can we make?
We need a general direction. Everybody should unmute, but be quiet so that you can speak when it's your time, right?
We're just saying red or green, right?
Or yes or no.
Randy and Robin, I have you as aye. Lynn Mello and Matthew Beachy from Aromas Grange.
Matthew votes yes. Lynn is not here at the moment.
Okay, Matthew is a yes. Joe Stefanoni,
No.
Martha Stefanoni,
We're unmuted.
Martha, what's your vote?
Martha, yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. Ann Larson, yes or no? And Ann Larson is a yes. Stephen Hood,
No.
Stephen Hood is a no. Sue Taylor,
No.
Sue Taylor is a no. Katie Squire,
No.
Katie Squire is a no. Elise Engelhardt Mark, Coyote Grange,
I'll abstain from it.
abstain. Heather Stern, yes or no?
No,
I heard a no.
correct.
Thank you. Tacey Curry
No.
is a no. Julie Rhodes is a yes. Judy Byers,
Yes.
Judy is a yes. Marilla Peeler. Yes. Marilla Peeler is a yes. Shaylee Freitas. Yes. Shaylee is a yes. Lynn Schulten.
No.
Lynn Schulten is no. Vince Schulten.
No.
Vince Schulten is a no. Janice Simmons.
Yes.
Janice Simmons is a yes. Maurice Lyon.
No.
Maurice Bynum is a no. Darwin Long?
No.
Darwin is a no. Ellie Bruce? Ellie Bruce?
Moving to the microphone.
Ellie Bruce is a no. Confirm?
That's a red.
Ellie Bruce is a no. Liam O'Carroll?
No.
Liam is no. Jennifer Kramer? Jennifer Kramer at Mad River? Patty Johnson at Mad River? I have no response. Kim Hole, Marshall Grange?
Abstain.
Kim Hole abstains. Buzz Chernoff?
No.
Buzz is a no. Ellen Taylor?
No.
Ellen is a no. Michael Stevenson?
No.
Michael is a no. Jeff Box?
Yes.
Jeff Box is a yes. Annie Waters?
Yes.
Jenny is a yes. Emily Casterson? I heard no. Emily's a no. Duncan McIntosh, North Fork?
Yes.
Duncan is a yes. Chad Smith?
Yes.
Chad is a yes. Jerry Macklin?
Yes.
I heard yes from Jerry Macklin. Linda Macklin? Yes. Linda's a yes. Barbara Geiger?
Yes.
Barbara's a yes. Inger Bevins?
No.
There's a no. Lisette Marmarco?
No.
Yes.
Lisette is a yes. Mary Beth Kelly?
No.
Mary Beth is a no. Wendy DeWitt? Wendy DeWitt?
Yes.
I heard a yes. Linda McCracken?
Yes.
Linda is a yes. Marion Sales?
Yes.
Marion is a yes. Brandon Nevitt?
No.
Brandon is a no. Suzanne Laskowski? No. Susie is a no. Kevin Bennett? Kevin Bennett, San Luis Obispo? No response. Denise Osterback?
No.
Denise is a no. Mark Golden?
He disappeared.
No response. Daniel Feldman?
Daniel had to leave for work, Lillian.
No response. Sherry Lee Bryan?
No. Can you repeat?
Repeat, please.
No.
Sherry is a no. Laura Schaefer?
Not present.
Laura Schaefer, no response, not present. Dorothy Morgan?
Yeah.
Dorothy is a yes. Sherry Pitts? No response. Laura Colberg?
Oh, I think, was it Sherry? Was that a no?
Correct.
A no from Sherry.
Sherry Pitts is a no. Laura Colberg?
No.
No. Lawrence Jaffe?
Lawrence Jaffe, yes.
No.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, Lawrence Jaffe, Lawrence Jaffe, confirm your answer?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Lawrence is a yes. Ellen Ferguson?
Yes.
Ellen is a yes. Marion Nichols?
No.
Marion is a no. Frank Nichols?
Yes.
Frank is a yes. Robert Canclini?
Right there tonight. I think I heard a no.
think that was a no. Can you repeat?
They're not muted, they're muted. Bob and Mary Alice, is it thumbs up or thumbs down?
I think she knows she's muted.
Bob and Mary Alice Canclini, thumbs up or thumbs down?
Where was your thumbs?
I'm going to.
Next to their face.
Stop.
Are you a yes or a no?
Green or red?
Tell them to physically.
They don't have that. Somebody's calling.
Okay.
Oh, they moved.
I'll come back to them. Ann Pitts, Windsor?
No. No.
No. Lillian Booth, Wyandotte? No. Bill Booth, Wyandotte?
No.
And Bob and Mary Alice, if you'll just raise your paddles, yes or no?
Not sure they're hearing us.
Well, without knowing their vote, we have 25 aye, 28 nay, 2 abstained, and 7 no response. So it looks like it fails.
It wasn't just us.
I think we earned our rent there, Katie.
Okay. We have no response from Robert and Mary Alice for this one.
All right, so it fails.
So it's, I was 25, red was 28, abstained 2, no response 7. So.
It's, yeah, that's that for that one.
The Kathleen said they voted yes. They don't know what the problem was, but they wanted a yes vote.
All right, who wants to do one next? Can we go back to agriculture and water?
Do we have a report on the runoff elections?
Oh, is there? Oh, let's do it on one of these, isn't it?
I thought somebody was saying that their vote was counted differently.
Only Lawrence?
Somebody just said something about vote intending to be something.
Did someone get a different count? We heard a comment. I just want to make sure everybody's clear.
Was someone's vote miscounted? I don't know. They just said it. They don't want to say it again.
Well, even if the Canclinis both voted yes, it would not change the outcome.
Right.
There we go.
All right, Vince.
All right, we are going to move on to 2020-006. And this is to amend the California Egg Safety and Quality Management Program. There was actually 2 of these that came in. that are identical, 006 and 013. So we're going to do a twofer here. We took the first one that came in, which was 006, and it was favorable as amended.
Go ahead and read us the resolve.
The resolved reads, the California State Grange advocate for the California Department of Agriculture to revise Food and Agriculture Code 27541, egg safety quality management guidelines to include an exemption from registration and fees for individuals engaged in the casual production, exchange of birds, not as a primary source of income, with flocks of less than 100 birds.
All right, do we have any comments or questions on this one? Jan?
This is really a language issue. Is this for individuals engaged in the casual production and exchange of eggs? Would that make it a little more clear?
It says exchange, production exchange.
Yeah, it says casual production exchange. That implies that production and exchange are all one term, that everybody knows what that means, and I don't think that's what you intended.
This would be Orangevale or Central Union that would be able to answer this specifically. They're the writers.
I believe the word "and" was at least intended.
Supposed to be in there? I think it should be in there. Just makes it a little more clear. This is your backyard egg producer, right? Exchanging with a neighbor. No big deal. Good, thank you.
All right.
And the committee report was favorable as amended.
We have any more comments on this? Any more comments? Katie?
As one of the writers of this resolution, we found that the California Department of Agriculture is essentially trying to cover how much it costs for them to process the application and take care of the registration. And that's all it is for those people. And at $75, when it was originally $15, it was not a problem for a backyard producer. But increasing it to $75 because the pay rate has gone up doesn't make sense. They should eliminate it completely. And that's why we wrote the resolution.
All right. Any more comments on this resolution?
I'm not sure if the Canclinis are trying to speaker vote.
Bob and Mary Ellis, are you trying to speak?
Okay.
Or you want to vote?
I think they took.
Marion at Orangevale.
Marion in Orangevale.
Yes. I do not figure that 100 birds is a minority type thing. You're commercial when you're 100 birds.
Actually, for the president,
Yes.
in the research that I did, the Department of Food and Agriculture for California has a set standard of about 200 birds, excuse me. And that is when they start having additional fees based on the production. So that's why we went with a lower number.
Okay.
And figured most people are not, they're going to make the commitment to be commercial and have more than 100 birds.
All right. Any more comments on this resolution? All right. Seeing none. All those in favor, green paddles. Hold them up there for a minute while we get the count.
I would hold mine up, but I'm not voting. But I like this resolution.
Got them? You got them, Katie? Okay, green down. Any opposed? Red thumbs.
Yeah, the ones that didn't vote red either.
Okay. That resolution
Is it up?
is approved. It is now favorable for sure.
So we're gonna take the next one, which is 013, and is it, can I just remove that because they're the exact same?
The way I'm recording it is you combine them.
Okay.
and Use 006.
Okay, perfect. So I just combine them and that's all one.
They're good.
All right. Would you like to do one, Jenny?
This is for the Grange Law, Grange Growth and Development. This was submitted by Sebastopol Grange number 306. It is 005.
Just a second.
Having to go back and forth between screens. I apologize. I think already, I did correct the spelling.
Okay, Jenny, you want to read the resolves?
Yes, it was favorable by our committee report. And the result was that the title of the master and overseer used in paragraph 7.1.1, 7.3.2, 7.3, and throughout the bylaws and elsewhere in the digestible laws, including websites, be replaced with president and vice president. And be it further upon approval that this resolution shall be forwarded to the National Grange for consideration.
All right, do we have any comments on this? Comments or questions?
Heather at Coyote, I believe.
Heather at Coyote?
I believe this is a superset of the description of 015. And would like to suggest that 015 be absorbed into this one.
There's another resolution called Grange and Titles.
Yes, and we did in our committee, we did agree with that it should be 015 was covered by 005.
Okay,
So we will.
so they're combined. All right, any more comments? I see someone waving. I don't know if someone's trying to vote or they want to speak.
That's Lawrence.
Lawrence.
Worthy brothers and sisters, I rise. I Zoom to speak in favor of this motion. It echoes the sentiment of our worthy president's address this morning that we need to act on the relevant issues of our time. This morning we referenced climate change. This resolution is appropriate to adapt to the times that we're in. The Grange can only gain by moving forward into the 21st century. And I encourage my fellow brothers and sisters to look favorably on this motion, on this resolution.
All right. Any more comments? One more time. Any more comments on this resolution? See, Jenny?
Yes, this is also being recommended by the National Grange Task Force for Diversity and to Erase Racism. It's also being recommended to the National Grange.
All right, anything else?
Whereas.
Little Lake. Liam, is that you?
I believe Laura Schaefer at Sebastopol and Matthew Peachy both are requesting to speak.
I did not request to speak.
Okay.
This was Liam. I did not request to speak.
Oh, okay.
But Laura is requesting.
But Laura then at Sebastopol?
And then Matt.
I would just like to support this also. In many conversations I've had trying to talk people into coming to the Grange, they bring up this topic with me. And I believe that history is where it goes, and we can honor our history, but if we continue with these titles, it's contemporary. And we are stuck with explaining to people why our contemporary Grange is in a historical loop. So thank you, and I hope everyone supports this.
All right, Wendy DeWitt.
Matthew was waiting.
Oh, Matthew first, excuse me, Matthew, where's Matthew?
Prunedale.
Prunedale, Matthew at Prunedale.
Hi, thank you. I want to say that people that are to say that this is a good thing, this change, and I just want to put.
Are you okay, huh? What's the matter?
Exactly where we need to go.
You bored today?
No, I'm good.
Now Wendy.
Okay, Wendy, now you.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to address in support of this, because even though those terms as applied to the Grange predated a certain part of American history that people are referring to, words change over time, and it's just a natural thing. So respecting history and the children who like our history, and it's hard to change. The fact is that over time, the way words are used does evolve, and this is a big, extremely big illustration of that. And so by moving forward with this, we show a positive.
Inger wants to speak. I think so. Inger at Prunedale, do you want to speak?
I have a question. How is this resolution going to affect the degree work?
We change a little language in the degree work. No?
The degrees and rituals would have to be amended separately.
They have to be amended separately. So that's something National would do.
I'll think about it.
All right.
This just applies to what's in the digest.
Any other questions or comments?
Yes. Hello.
Buzz,
go ahead.
Michael Grange. I'd like to call for the question.
All right. It is time for paddles. No? Oh, we got to have.
You have to vote on the call for the question.
All right.
I'll second that.
Okay, it's been seconded by Joseph Stefanoni. All right. Let's see, green paddles to call for the question. And for those of you who are new, this makes us get to the vote.
And for some of us, it's not new.
Yeah.
You're good on the greens.
Okay, we're good on the greens. Now we can go to the vote.
Call for the reds.
Huh?
Call for the reds.
Oh, the reds first. Who doesn't want to call for the vote yet? You?
I think you're good.
All right, we're good. That passed. All right, now, everybody in favor of this resolution, let's see the green paddles.
It already provided for in the bylaws.
Guys, let me know when you think you got the count.
I'm good, Katie.
Casey needs to put hers in front of her face or something because it blends in her green.
Oh, yeah, there we go. She heard you. All right, green down, and let's see red. One next to you.
Bylaws already say you can.
That's right.
Yep.
Okay. And what was our, Greens took it?
Yes.
All right. That resolution has passed. All right, who wants to go? Stephen Hood, do you want to come in with one?
I can do all three if you want.
Sure, let's do it. We're doing good here.
This guy, it's a worthy, great master.
All right, we'll start out with Resolution 2020-25, Education and Health Committee.
Okay, you want to read the resolve, Stephen?
Sure. Therefore be it resolved, the California State Grange endorse, and that should be Grange, not Granges. Oh, somebody fixed already on there. California State Grange endorse and support the World Health Organization and its roles and responsibilities on a global level. And be it further resolved that upon adoption by the California State Grange, the California State Grange shall submit this resolution to the National Grange for adoption. And
All right.
the committee is recommending favorable as amended.
All right, thank you. Any questions or comments? Bill?
Bill Booth, Wyandotte Grange. I have a question when it says support. Are we going to support them financially or what? It's kind of pretty broad.
Did you hear that, Stephen?
I heard that, and I would suppose that would be up to the executive committee and legislative department to come up with the ways to properly endorse and support them.
That's a punt.
All right, any more questions? Jan?
Can we fix the typo on line 17? If should be it. I'll be the typo police. Thank you.
These will get sent to you for proofreading.
All right, any other questions or comments?
Yes.
Liam at Little Lake.
Little Lake.
Considering the recently announced change of the relationship of the United States to WHO, I believe this resolution should include a Grange petition to Congress to restore our historical relationship.
Ooh.
Is that more than 20 words?
That would come under the heading of support.
As described, where would you insert that and could you repeat it?
It should probably be another resolve between the two between or after the, probably after the second one.
No, it would.
Would you repeat, please?
Oh, come
on. That upon adoption, the what do we call our national lobbyist? I don't know what the proper term is there.
Legislative director.
Would petition Congress to restore the historical relationship of the United States to WHO? To the World Health Organization.
All right, and that would be a friendly amendment? No? This is an actual change. All right, so that's a motion. Do we have anyone to second it?
Alan Ferguson did.
Okay, it's been seconded. Any discussion on this change?
I would recommend that we spell out World Health Organization in that new resolved so that it can stand on its own.
All right, anything else on that?
Sierra Valley.
Sierra Valley.
They're muted. They're muted.
It comes down to the, it's a global organization.
Could you get closer to your speaker, please? I mean, your mic.
Okay, can you hear me now?
That's better.
Okay, so my one concern with this one is that as a global organization, there has been conflict between what they want and our Constitution. How are you going to balance that? because we basically are beholden to the Constitution and our country and not always what the WHO wants. Not to say it's a bad thing, but we do have an ultimate responsibility to the Constitution first.
Okay, any other comments?
Humboldt Grange.
Humboldt Grange.
So Maurice has graciously granted me the floor as an alternate. I like the third resolve. Thank you very much. It is our most recent relationship with the WHO that prompted this. And so I appreciate that addition, Lainey and Liam. And in support is, I think that could be at the executive level or whatever. In general, the intention was for policy, to support in policy of the WHO. But if it comes to a point where we feel we wish to financially support them as well, that would be a decision that either we as a group or the EC could make.
Okay.
And I don't see a conflict with.
All right, any other comments?
Point of information, Are we discussing the amendment which was seconded? Is this discussion about whether or not to add this amendment to the resolution?
We're discussing the third resolve. So eventually we'll vote on the third resolve. If it's approved, then we vote on the resolution with the 3 resolves. If it's not, we vote on the resolution with the 2 resolves.
I'd like to
This
call
is where it
the
can get confusing sometimes.
I'd like to call the question on the amendment.
All right, is there a second on that?
Yes, I believe someone is.
Like Heather at Coyote Grange.
All right, Heather at Coyote Grange seconds it. All right, it is time, and now we're just voting on the resolve in the blue, whether it's no?
On the call for the question.
For the whole thing?
No, just for the amendment.
Right, what's in blue, isn't it?
We're voting on the
We're voting.
The whole thing?
No, just on the amendment.
Yeah.
Just on, okay.
Stopping debate.
Stopping debate.
All right, we're stopping debate and voting on the amendment. No?
Voting to stop.
Stop debate.
Oh, to stop the, I even get confused in this. All right, so this is a vote to stop the debate on the amendment. All those in favor of stopping the debate, green paddles.
I'm good, Katie, are you?
All right. Those who aren't in favor of stopping the debate, red paddles.
Good.
All right, now we can vote on the resolution.
On the amendment.
On the amendment, then the resolution. Yes, that's why you guys are parliamentarians. All right.
Handle this and I'll watch the screen.
So now we are going to vote on the blueprint. All those in favor of the third resolve, green paddles. You guys got your count. Green paddles down. Those opposed, red panels.
Green has it. Like 4, 5.
All right, green has it. Now we go to the whole resolution.
Debate on the resolution as amended.
Yeah. So now, is there any debate on the resolution as it sits before you amended?
Ellen Taylor.
Ellen Taylor.
Yeah, I'm just a little apprehensive about endorsing just an unconditional endorsement of an international or any organization some of our international organizations do things that are later regretted by ourselves and or other parts of the world, and that could happen with the WTO. I'd like to just raise the possibility of voting or just limiting this resolution to the recent amendment, which is that that we endorse returning our country to the WTO so that we have an active voice in the WTO, but we don't unconditionally. What?
WHO.
I'm sorry, WHO. I did mean the WHO, not the WTO. So that we return and have a voice, but we don't endorse unconditionally everything they do. Thank you.
Randy.
I would also like to discuss about not supporting this or against this resolution and look at the hypocrisy involved. We as a Grange do not want to support worldwide controlling companies like Monsanto, but yet here this is willing to give up our autonomy and support whatever the World Health Organization wants to do. And so being a participant is one thing, but to support wholeheartedly for now and the future, I think is quite a negative thing.
Okay, Bill.
Yeah, just point of information, our assessed contribution for WHO is between 107 and 119 million dollars per year. And then we also contribute another 102 to 400 million voluntarily.
Okay, any other comments?
Heather at Coyote. And
Heather at Coyote first.
After that.
I do.
Regarding the first of the three resolved, that we state the name of the organization and its roles and responsibilities, but we do not include any of the text from the whereas that expresses what we would like those roles and responsibilities to be, or if those don't remain present, that we wouldn't support them. So I would like to insert an amend between the word responsibilities and the word on in the first resolved to say in support of physical, mental, and social well-being and
be one of those.
for personal health. Yes. I think I need a space after that. There.
Does that read as you intended?
Yes, it does.
All right, we need a second on that.
I'll second it.
All right, Bill seconds that. Now we're to discussing this new change. Is there any discussion on the change to the first resolve? Any discussion? Wow, seeing none. Let's vote on the change to the first resolve. All those in favor of this change, green paddles. All right, we got to count.
Good, Katie, are you? Yeah.
Okay, green down. Any opposed to that change? Red panels. Okay, green has it. Now we're back to discussing this resolution with changes. Is there any more discussion? Mendocino Pomona, you were up there a minute ago. You have anything to discuss?
Doesn't look like it. Oh, maybe.
I would just point out that as far as I am aware, please note the disclaimer, the World Health Organization is just an entity that is involved in research and can only make recommendations. Their word does not carry the force of law or even a very strongly worded recommendation. It's just somebody trying to help us out.
Okay, anybody else have some comments?
Wendy DeWitt, I believe.
Wendy, do you have a comment?
Yes, I see this resolution as entirely in order with what the Grange stands for. We support healthy communities and mostly focusing on rural America, but I see this as right along the lines of that with no downside.
All right, any other comments?
Ellen Taylor, I think.
Ellen Taylor?
Well, that's right. It's certainly true that we support health, but we wouldn't necessarily support every single opinion that the World Health Organization had about health. I mean, a lot of these things are debatable, and it's good to have a voice in determining what is thought to be healthy and what not. But I don't think we should exactly follow whatever they prescribe as being healthy.
All right, any other comments? Katie? Comments on your side? All right, I see no more comments. So it's time to vote on the whole resolution as amended. All those in favor, green paddles.
I'm good.
Okay. All right, green down. Any opposed? Red panel. There's two. I can see.
Yeah.
It passes. All right, that resolution has been approved. All right, is Pete Pomper on? All right, we have Pete Pomper from National, our service director, tuning in.
He was on the second
presentation.
Call up the internet.
You want to be part of.
After that, we might want to.
See him on the big screen. I see him. Good afternoon, Pete.
Brother Kent, how are you, sir?
I'm good, and you?
I'm well. I'm just tickled to death to see all the great debate and to actually be back at what looked like a Grange meeting. Conversation, people having civil conversation and discussing things and moving forward. That's such a wonderful thing. And I will admit, and I learned this many years ago from the state president of North Carolina. Now I'm looking at your red and green paddles. Now, you know, if you steal one idea, that's plagiarism. You steal two or more, it's research. So I'm going to stick with the research on this one because New Jersey's is coming up, and Brother John was trying to figure out how to handle this situation. I think I've now seen the answer to the problem. So that's a great thing. I just wanted to stop in real quick. I know you guys are busy. Don't want to take a lot of your time. I will say this, that, you know, National Grange, Grangers throughout the country are watching what's going on in California with all the wildfires and the problems and the devastations. And, you know, Grangers are wanting to reach out and help. I know you guys do have a foundation. If we can work some way that people could make donations through the foundation to help Granges, Grangers, whatever the case may be, I think that'd be a wonderful thing. You know, and I'll throw this out there for the Granges that have had, you know, I know what Ono Grange, I believe, has been devastated by the fire. Trust me, if there's a Grange out there that needs any kind of regalia, there are state Granges that have, as we called in Jersey, poke holes full of stuff that would be glad to send you. Trust me when I tell you, we'd be glad to send you something from the land of history and mystery, as we call it. We'd be tickled to death. Is Sister Lillian there? Can she hear me?
I am here, and I have a little thing that you might want to talk about for a special person.
Excellent. You did get that in the mail.
Got it.
Perfect. Did you get Kaylin's also?
I got Kaylin's too, yes.
Perfect. Perfect. So with all that's gone on this year in the country, for many different reasons, Grangers individually, and Grange is, but Grangers individually have really stepped up to the plate and done some amazing things which Grangers do, and really have stepped up and gone above and beyond. So that in mind, I was having a discussion. Well, whenever I'd call our worthy national master and say, Sister Betsy, either one of two lines, I was thinking, or Sister Loretta and I were talking, she kind of cringes because she knows something's coming in a direction that she's not quite sure which way it's going. And Brother Joe knows exactly what I'm talking about. So we realized that community service didn't have any kind of special recognition pin. So we designed a pin that is only going to be used for very special people that have reached out and done very special things. And it is the National Grange Community Service Directors Award pin. So Sister Lynn, is that individual in that room?
Yes, she is.
Well, perfect. So if Sister Jenny Reynolds could approach the worthy secretary, that'd be great. So Sister Jenny, I had the pleasure of meeting you at National Grange, got to know you. You're a phenomenal person. You have done so much in your community, watching on Facebook, talking to Sister Lillian, that you have really reached out to help your community in many, many ways. And I'm proud that you are the first person I'm getting able to present this pin to. I hope you wear it proudly. Hopefully we can get a picture of it so everybody can see it. I will say this, that we did go a little extra bigger because we realized Grangers are getting a little older and you can't see as well. But I went with a bigger pin. But Sister Jenny, I hope you wear it proudly. There is a note in there from me. So you are the first person I'm able to personally present one to. So exactly, she deserves all the applaud. And that if Sister Lillian,
the pin.
Little back a little farther. Yeah, it's a little tough. We'll get there. We'll get a picture of it. Sister Lillian or Sister Jenny, if you have anything you'd like to say, what you've done. I know Sister Jenny probably doesn't want to say a word because that's the kind of Granger she is. And like the rest of us, we don't brag about ourselves, but we need to. And this is hopefully my way to get Granger to start bragging about what we're doing. So on my behalf, on behalf of the National Master, I'm very proud to present you with this, Sister Jenny.
This is a big surprise, and I just wanted to know I'm very proud to be a Granger as in my community Grange and in my Pomona and in my state, and now involved with the National Grange. I so appreciate the way everyone is so willingly moving forward because we need our Granges and to support our communities now more than ever. Jenny doesn't talk about herself very much, so I have to brag on her just a little. Jenny not only does things in her Grange, she does things in her community. And she does things that people don't always recognize. She arranges rides for people if they need medical appointments. She arranges grief services. She arranges music, and she arranges community dinners where we all get together on Zoom and have the same menu. And she does the puzzle exchange during the quarantine where people are able to just come in and change puzzles, like have something new to look at. And she is also involved in so many aspects of her own community. And so we are very, very proud to have Jenny as one of our members in the Grange.
Yes, we are.
I just wanted to say a lot of those ideas came from Peter Pomper's Facebook page. And I just I confiscated them and brought them to our Granges. So I can't take credit for all that.
More research.
That's what it's there for, Sister Jenny, for other Granges to see what's going on around the country and do what we do best, you know, and just keep up the good work. And Brother Kent, thank you for this opportunity.
You are welcome.
And Sister Lillian, thank you for being able to keep this little surprise that we had.
No problem.
I appreciate it. And y'all keep doing what you're doing out that way. Here on the East Coast, it's about 71 degrees and cloudy and getting ready for some more humid weather. That's good. But you folks be safe. Keep doing what you're doing. And I look forward to see the resolutions coming out of California. So have a great time. Enjoy yourselves. And the pictures behind me are actually from a trip I took a year and a half ago to California. I was born, raised in Carmel Valley. And my goal was to, on my 60th birthday, find the ranch house I was born in. Well, that didn't quite happen because it's been 60 years and it's probably not there anymore. But long story short, took some great pictures, went to Aromas Valley Grange, had a great breakfast on my 60th birthday, had a great time. And I appreciate it. And you folks have a great day and thank you again.
Thank you.
There you go.
All right.
So, break time?
Do you want election results first?
Yeah.
Yeah, when we do that, then we'll take a little break.
So some of us know whether we're still in trouble or not.
Pardon me, I would like to confirm, did we actually pass this resolution with its 3 resolved portions?
Yes, we did.
Excellent, thank you.
Worthy Master, worthy President,
Yes.
Buzz Chernoff, Marshall Grange, 451. I'm curious to know, did we get the results of the runoff elections?
That's what she's looking up right now, Buzz.
Thank you, Kent.
Brandon, you want to read these again?
Sure.
You're young and mobile.
There's 57 ballots cast.
Okay, for the runoff elections, we have, for the runoff for Flora, Emily Casterson, 33 votes, Shaylee Freitas, 23 votes, blank 1, total 57 votes cast, and you elected Emily Casterson as your Flora.
Congratulations.
And runoff election for, this was Executive Committee 3-year. Stephen Hood, 29 votes, Jan Saxton, 27 votes, blank 0, write-in 1 vote for, who will write-in for? For Vince Schulting. Is that it, or?
28 and a half, 28.5, so 29.
Okay.
Okay, so you've elected Stephen Hood by a hair, by 2 hairs. Executive Committee 3 years.
All right, Stephen. Just for that, now you get to do your next resolution. Oh, we're going to take a break. They want a break. 10 minutes?
Yeah, we'll be back by.
All right. We'll be back at 2:25-ish.
Call it a type 5, it'll end up being 10.
Yeah.
Well, 2:25 by that clock.
By this clock. The one I'm looking at.
Rest of the world.
Yeah, you should.
Congratulations. Thank you.
All right, gang, we are ready to start again.
You need to move that way. a foot.
Oh, did I? You always move me around. The camera must have moved. I was in sight. Anyway, Mr. Hood, where are you?
I'm right here, Kent.
All right, let's do your next resolution, please.
All righty. The next Education and Health Committee resolution is number 2020-026. The title is Support the Center for Disease Control and Prevention.
Room up in the left corner.
Can't do it.
Recommendations
It's right in the center.
for prevention of COVID.
Almost there.
Can we pop that one up, Lillian?
Christina's working on it. This is a tag team.
I've noticed that, a pretty good one too.
All right, there we go.
There we go.
That's why I can't get to things because it goes full screen.
Okay, now we have it up on the screen. Can you read the resolve, please, Stephen?
Sure. Therefore be it resolved that the California State Grange, for the duration of the COVID-19 pandemic, supports the CDC recommendations of wearing masks when in public, encourages social distancing when possible, and discourages members from participating in large gatherings which go against CDC recommendations. And be it further resolved that upon adoption by the California State Grange, the California State Grange shall submit this resolution to the National Grange for adoption.
All right, thank you. Do we have any comments? Vince?
I don't have the proper wording for it, but I know that different counties have different regulations due to the amount of COVID patients. And it doesn't say anything about counties.
Are you suggesting maybe
An amendment of some kind, but
Actually, our bylaws already require us to follow our state and county laws. So I'm not sure we have to put that in here.
well, and this is supposed to go on to the National Grange for
Right.
adoption.
Really about the CDC following
Yeah.
recommendations.
Which regardless of which county you're in, until this is gone, you should wear a mask when you're out with people you don't know and stuff.
Just talking about discouraging members from participating in large gatherings, which the large gatherings from our county to say further north are different. Ours are 12, theirs are 28.
Right.
It varies in how bad that community is being hit by the COVID. But it's not a blanket number for the.
It depends on the color designation your county has. Yeah, I don't think that would matter in this.
Okay.
Okay.
Any other comments?
Marilla from Fort Bragg.
Marilla. Marilla.
Still muted.
Is she muted?
She's at,
Someone's voting already.
she's at the red. It says Mendocino Pomona, that's where we.
I agree with the speaker earlier that we already have to follow our rules as Grange members, so I don't think this is necessary. We
Thank
lead
you,
an
Mar-
example.
Thank you, Marilla. Any other comments on this?
Worthy President, can I address those comments?
You bet.
Okay, what this resolution is talking about is nothing to do with laws. What it's talking about is it's asking if that the Grange supports the CDC recommendations. And they are just recommendations, they are not laws. And I don't think that there's any issue with supporting their recommendations, which come from the CDC and the experts in disease control.
Thank you, Stephen. Any other comments? One more time. Any other comments on this? Seeing none, all those in favor of this resolution, your green paddles.
Oh, that is cute. I like it.
Okay, green down. Any opposed? Red. I see two up there.
3, 4. Still. Green has it.
Green has it. All right, this resolution passes. The green has it. All right, Stephen, number 3, and you'll be done.
Absolutely. The next education and health resolution is number 2020-27. The title is Support Aggressive Testing and Contact Tracing During Pandemics.
Change the title, didn't they?
The resolution's not quite up there yet. All right, Stephen, if you could read the results, please.
Therefore be it resolved, the California State Grange promotes aggressive testing and contact tracing to minimize and manage the spread and treatment of disease during any worldwide pandemic. And be it further resolved that upon adoption by the California State Grange, the California State Grange shall submit this resolution to the National Grange for adoption. And there's a correction on line 22, another if that should be it.
Got rid of it anyway, yeah. Good.
Yeah, that version, it made it.
Okay.
Okay.
Favorable as amended.
Okay, any discussion on this?
There is a question from the Orangeville group that was put in the chat.
Oh, okay, what,
Right there.
you want to read it or?
Yeah, from the group at Orangeville Grange, they asked in the chat, what is meant by quote, aggressive?
If you look at the whereases, it talks about getting on it right away and going at it with a strong effort.
Whereas this disappeared.
Instead of waiting months. Instead of waiting months. Any more comments or questions?
Marilla?
I could just be reading it wrong, but it looks like you want to minimize the treatment also.
Where do you see that?
On 21, minimize, manage the spread.
Minimize the spread, right, and manage the treatment.
Yes, I see what you're saying, Marilla. I agree with that. Let's swap.
Put it in a different place, yeah.
It's the same with that World Health Organization.
All right, that's more like a
They didn't
friendly.
do us any favors.
We needed to take out spread and, not the.
Strong Chinese
Manage the treatment.
representation in there. And totally ignored the rest of the world. I would have abolished it.
Jan?
Language is possible. What if we replaced aggressive with prompt and universal? Because I think that's what's intended. We want to do it right away. We want to do everybody. That better? I can't make a motion. It's just a suggestion. I'm not a delegate.
I so move.
All right,
I will second.
and it's been first and seconded.
Now we have to discuss and vote on that.
Right. So now, is there any discussion on the changes we just made?
Wendy DeWitt.
Wendy?
She's muted.
Wendy, you're muted if you want to speak to this.
Thank you, Martha. Okay, so that I support both those changes, taking out the vague word aggressive and making it specific to prompting universal is much better. And the other changes.
All right. All right, thank you. Lynn Mello.
Hi there, thank you. I would just suggest rather than the word universal, that it be comprehensive.
A lot of feedback. What did she say?
Rather than universal comprehensive.
That's probably better.
All right. We're getting this out. All right. We took universal out, put in comprehensive. Any discussion on it now?
Is that okay with your motion? Okay.
And the second.
So we're just speaking now to the changes that were just made.
Yeah. And when we get to the vote, we're going to vote on the changes before the resolution. I'm getting this stuff, Lillian. All right, any more comment? Seeing none, let's see the green paddles, which means we're just voting on the changes in the blue there.
That's okay. Hello?
Ellen's on it.
That's okay.
I think that's
Ellen has
just
her hand
voting
raised.
green.
Ellen, is that a vote?
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think they have.
We can actually read lips.
I'm good. Katie is.
All right. Green down, any red? Okay, the amendment passes. Now we're back to the whole resolution. Vince?
I have a problem with worldwide pandemic when we have not stated exactly what we're looking for here. It should be specifically for COVID-19. If we just have a pandemic in this country, this is blanket. This is a pandemic anywhere in the world. It could be anything. Ebola, it's just not very specific. You've left the door open to a whole lot of problems here down the road with a different pandemic.
But wouldn't you want to treat all pandemics prompt and comprehensive?
Only a worldwide pandemic?
All
pandemics. All pandemics become worldwide.
Well, not necessarily.
Definition of pandemic. That's the definition of pandemic.
Yeah.
Trust me on that. I looked it up.
Okay, so
All right, any more comment?
Michael Evanson.
Michael.
I think Vince was addressed there, but historically, this is the only way to treat epidemics. And that's really what we're talking about. There is no other way that humanity has come up with other than isolation. So I'm assuming Vince has withdrawn that objection. Because this resolution is correct in its language there, I believe.
Got 2 comments in the chat box.
Okay, you want to read them?
2 comments came in the chat box. First from Chad and Duncan at North Fork Grange. What is the definition of a pandemic? A pandemic is defined as, quote, an epidemic occurring worldwide or over a very wide area, crossing international boundaries and usually affecting a large number of people. The classical definition includes nothing about population immunity, virology, or disease severity. Comment also came in from the group at Orangevale Grange, quote, treatment is open to interpretation.
All right. Any other comments? Any more comments? Is there another message just come in or no?
Mm-hmm.
Another one to read or?
Okay, 2 more comments. First from Elise Engelhart. So it could be a pandemic that is not severe. The second comment from Matt and Lynn of Aromas Grange. Disease investigation and contact tracing are time tested and standard responses to pandemics worldwide.
All right. Any more comments?
Can we just take out the word worldwide?
Yeah, I was kind of thinking that was redundant.
We could, it is redundant. But we'll have to vote on that.
Yeah, one more vote. It's okay. Thought we get these things the way we want them. So we need a first and a second on that.
Second that.
Ben seconds it, so we're.
I think Heather from Coyote is trying to seek recognition.
Heather, Coyote.
I was going to second the scratching of worldwide. And I was going to also note that I believe that the change to the word comprehensive reasonably covers. If it's somehow some sort of lesser pandemic, then comprehensive for it would be a much weaker response. And if it's something as dire as the one we're sitting through right now, then we'd like an active response and that would cover it.
That's Zoom.
All right, thank you. Any other comments?
So you want it tighter on him?
Who made the motion to change?
Yeah.
Who made the motion to change the word?
Who did make that
I
motion?
Didn't
don't know if we want
catch
to
it.
officially make a motion. I never said make a motion.
I think
So I can make the motion to officially change worldwide to be removed.
And we have a second.
Second.
And seconded by Brandon. All right, now we're official.
you could have said.
Oh, Marilla made the change originally. All right, any more discussion on this?
We've got a lot of activity in the chat, and worthy president, I have a question. Are delegates allowed to make motions in the chat window, or do they need to seek recognition from you and verbalize it?
If they're having trouble with verbalization, we can accept the chat.
Okay. At 2:53 from the group at Humboldt Grange, Maurice calls for the vote.
Oh, he's calling for the question?
It's your interpretation.
Yeah, that's all right with me, which means we'll be voting on taking worldwide out.
Okay. There's also a point of clarification from Sherry of Santa Cruz Live Oak. Do the rules of this convention allow us to make comments on resolutions in the chat box, or do we need to be recognized by the president and then speak them into the microphone?
If their microphone works, that would be the preferable way, but with Zoom, sometimes that doesn't function depending on their bandwidth. So we're allowing a little more flexibility here.
If they come in and you guys are reading them, then we're still getting the benefit.
Yeah, we're still getting it as long as, that's why I have Joseph.
Read out loud.
Person has called for the question.
All right, so we've had a couple people call for the question, so now it is time to vote, and we are voting on removing the word, no? On closing the debate. All right,
No, point of order.
yeah,
You got to vote on worldwide first, because that's where we were at.
We're closing debate on worldwide.
and then we'll vote on world, we're gonna do 2 votes here,
Okay.
maybe.
Back up. Exactly in.
Yeah, okay. Everybody in favor of ending the debate on worldwide, green paddles. Okay, green down. Anybody opposed? Red paddles. All right. Now, I think,
As on the screen.
hmm? Yeah, as it's written down, but now we have to vote taking worldwide out. Yeah, I think I had this kind of straight in my head. All right. I think we're done with the discussion. So everybody who wants to remove worldwide, please show your green paddles.
Just the green ones, please. If you're voting red, please hold.
Okay, green down. Anybody opposed? Red.
I'm abstaining.
I can tell. We're good? Okay, green got it. So now, is there any more discussion on the resolutions as you see before you?
Did we put the drops in after the lunch?
What was that?
No, I didn't think so. And it's 3:00.
That is background.
I think it's a side conversation. Yeah. All right. Seeing none.
Mad River, sorry.
Oh, Mad River. Mad River, you can speak up. Are they muted?
They are.
Mad River, you need to unmute if you want to speak.
I'm
to this.
looking for clarification on manage the treatment of disease.
I go to the committee chair.
Did you catch that?
Yes,
Okay.
that would be not the Grange, but medical providers.
Well, what is the intention of treatment? What are we, it's a really broad treatment of the disease, manage the treatment. How is the Grange supporting management of the treatment of the disease?
I would see it as we are supporting the people who are trying to treat the disease, whether backing the CDC verbally or whatever.
So I think that if I'm stumbling over that wording, then maybe we need to clean that up, because for what I'm reading is that we were going to, in support of whatever treatment we're doing for the disease.
Do you have a suggestion to clean it up?
Is it manage the disease without the word treatment? So we're supporting prompt and comprehensive testing and contact tracing to minimize the spread and manage the disease? Or what treatment are we referring to?
Well, every disease would have different treatment parameters.
And they may have many different kinds of treatment. Are we just in favor of every kind of treatment out there? I mean, I'm not. So that's a big broad category. So that's my point. Yeah. I would say I would like to see that striked instead of say manage the disease.
Do we have a second on that?
I'll second that.
All right. Here we go again.
Okay, 1 minute. So she made the motion first. There's also been a motion posted in the chat window.
Yeah.
From the parliamentary standpoint, that one was first.
Right.
So,
She wrote like second after that.
okay. Oh, I just saw that. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
So now we are talking about removing treatment of. So I don't know if Kim wants to speak to that. She was next in line. Where is she? Something just pops up.
That's it. They left the word of. Strike manage the treatment.
Anything on the comment thing there? Is there any more discussion on removing treatment of? All right, seeing none, we are now voting.
Can I
on-
comment? This is Ellen
Yeah.
and Mattol. The word treatment also includes non-treatment. That is, sometimes no treatment is the recommended treatment. I don't think the inclusion of the word treatment means anything other than to pay attention with the effort to control it in mind. I don't think it's endorsing any particular treatment. It's because no treatment at all is sometimes the right treatment.
All right,
Hi, Lynn Mello from Aromas Grange.
yes.
So I think that you can leave treatment of out because public health and healthcare providers are going to manage this, whether there's treatment or no treatment.
All right, any more comments on removing treatment of? All right, seeing none, we are now going to vote on removing treatment of from the first resolve. Green paddles, please. Six in here. There were six here, Joseph.
Good one, Chief.
Got it? Okay, green down. Anyone opposed to taking treatment of out? Red paddles. Passes. All right, treatment of has been removed from the first resolve. Now, we are looking at the whole resolution again. Are there any comments on how it is now written? Are there any comments on what you see before you now? Seeing none, we are going to vote on this resolution. What? All right. All those in favor of this resolution as it is now written, green paddles. Green down. Any opposed? Red. All right, green has it. That resolution has been approved. All right, I think that did it for you, didn't it, Stephen?
Can I give my final report, worthy President?
You bet.
All right, worthy President Kent, I would like to thank you for appointing me again as chairman of the Education and Health Committee. I'd like to thank the members of the committee who were able to join us on our Zoom committee meeting and work on the revisions to the resolution. They would be Sue Taylor, Dwight Winiger, and Ellie Bruce. Unfortunately, the other two members of the committees did not participate. The committee also went over the Education and Health Policy Handbook, and we did not find any changes that we would recommend at this time. So again, thank you, worthy President, for appointing us to the committee, and all three of our resolutions were passed. Thank you.
All right, thank you guys for the hard work you did. All right, Erica.
Does this read from here or?
I think.
What were you gonna say?
Is the microphone close enough for you? Have to talk a little louder.
Oh, that's gonna be hard.
Yeah, I think Erica can handle it.
Okay, citizenship and taxation. And the first resolution number 2020-001. Windows don't gotta go where I want them to. All right. Okay. Resolved, the California State Grange strongly opposes the legislative practice commonly referred to as gut and replace or gut and amend to process legislation in the California legislature and supports legislative action to stop the practices of gut and replace and gut and amend. And be it further resolved that the California State Grange urges the National Grange to adopt this resolution to end the practices of gut and replace and gut and amend throughout the nation. There are strikes in this version that maybe didn't make it into version.
She read it as it was written.
Right.
You can give
So this is the way.
the amendments.
Oh, this is the one you printed out for me. The printed is not right. Okay, so can you go back up so that I can?
That's it.
Okay, so, we redid it to say the California State Grange supports legislative action to stop the practices of gut and replace and gut and amend, and be it further resolved that the California State Grange urges the National Grange to lobby to end the practices of gut and replace and gut and amend throughout the nation.
Oh.
And it was favorable as amended.
All right, do we have any comments on this resolution? Vince?
I believe that most of the lawmakers that use gut and replace and gut and amend are abusing it right now versus what it intention was to take an outdated bill and make it valid for, maybe it was written 40 years ago, to make it valid today. And that's what gut and amend and gut and replace was about. But they've, of course, messed it all up. So I think the wording in here could be, it's going to hinder progress if we just leave bills on and just have to remove them versus being able to gut and replace or gut and amend. So I think there is a purpose for it. I don't quite know how to change this. Yeah.
Close down the slide or cutting off. You can close the chat window.
It's gotta be on your side.
Okay. Yeah, it's over there.
Bill, going along with what Vince said, also legislators are known for putting essentially a nonsense bill into the hopper and it stays there till the end of the session when they can introduce new bills and then they gut and replace and use it. So it's a way to get around the deadlines for introducing new bills too.
Yeah. Joseph, same thing.
Essentially.
All right, any other comment? Going one more time. Any more comments on this resolution?
Sherry from Santa Cruz Live Oak.
Sherry, do you wish to speak?
Just here's her hand up.
Yes, I was wondering if of the resolution would give some specific examples of where the practice has become corrupt.
Who are the writers of this? Okay, Katie, you're up.
As the master of Central Union Grange, we found that there have been abuses of the gut and replace and gut and amend, and many states have actually tried to outlaw it, California included. However, people have worked their magic and worked around those movements to try to get rid of it. And in many cases, what has happened is, as Bill said, they put a nonsense resolution in. It may even go through a committee, and then it is brought back with a completely different topic, completely different body, and it's brought in at the very last minute so that there's not even enough time for it to be properly discussed. And so that's why we felt that this needs to be taken, since they can't play nice, they can't follow directions, that we have to take away their toy.
Yes.
Went up there.
Thank you, Katie. All right, any more discussion? Is there any more discussion on this resolution? All right.
Heather from Coyote.
Heather from Coyote.
Was there an intention to meld this with number 002, which describes what to punish them with if they use it?
We talked about making them one, but they're separate. They need to be kept separate.
Okay, so then if we don't support this, then I don't reasonably think that punishing them for something we've decided we're not going to worry about would be reasonable. And that shows me the dependency between them. Thank you.
All right, any more discussion?
Don't think so.
All right. No. All right, I think we are ready to vote on this resolution. All those in favor, green paddle. Okay, green down, all those opposed, red. It's been approved. Green wins. Sorry, Vince. Chris Hamp. Can we put Chris on for a minute?
Hello, we're the master. How are you?
Good. You're up at my neighborhood, I understand.
Yes, brothers and sisters of the California State Grange. I am. I've spent more time in California than anywhere else this time.
Thank you.
Yeah, there's a million acres burning behind my house.
We have been told that we're about to become a member of the Million Acre Club. Yes.
Yeah, as long as it doesn't jump the river, I'm not going to freak out.
We will do our best there. We're been moving us around. This is our 4th hotel in 6 nights. So it's been an interesting stay so far on this one. But I don't want to take too much of your time. I just wanted to pop in and say hello and give best wishes for a productive convention, and look forward to seeing the action that you folks take and what you're going to send on to us at National. And the Washington State Grange will try something very similar here in a couple of weeks to go yet. So I look forward to hanging out a little bit here before I've got to get back and picking up some pointers on how to get this done.
It's an interesting process, but quite doable.
Good. Well, you know, if there's anything, there's resilience in Grangers, and I think we've proven that over the last 6-7 months of how granging just keeps going on. It may look a little different, and it may seem a little different to those of us that are used to doing things a certain way, but by gosh, we're still meeting the needs of our community and getting out there and bringing in new members and letting folks know how important we are to the success of our communities. So keep up the good work. If you've got any questions of me, I guess I'd give that opportunity as far as programs or contests under the umbrella of the National Lecture. Or if you have any questions about the August complex, but we're just kind of getting here in Northern California. So
Just put up some big fans and get the smoke out of my house.
yeah, we came across 299 earlier today and actually saw blue sky for a little while before we down to the ocean side here. So it is up there.
Well, thanks for tuning in, Chris.
Absolutely. So yeah, if there's no questions, or like always, you can reach me by email or send me a text, and everything you need from my department you can find on the National Grange website. So check that out.
There's some chat questions that might be direct to.
Still have questions, let me know.
All right, thank you.
No, there's nothing. One from Casey and Tom is from Katie.
That's what I put in.
Yeah.
All right, Erica, back to work.
Okay, resolution 2020-002. I'm gonna read from my screen. Second to reshare.
ready?
guys, this is what they told me to do.
Resolved that the California State Grange strongly supports legislative action to enforce the spirit of Prop 54, the referendum passed by the voters of California in 2016 to discontinue the use of gut and amendments in the California legislature. And was that the end of it? That's the end of it. Okay.
Took out a bad grammar word.
Yeah, sorry about that.
All right, is there any,
That one was favorable as amended.
all right,
Yes, sorry.
any discussion on this resolution?
Liam from Little Lake.
Liam,
How is this not covered in the previous resolution?
Why did we take out the part about national?
Because this one's focused on California legislator.
That's national.
54 is only California.
Yeah, because it's about Prop 54. Which is
Which is a state.
California proposition.
Oh. Because, right. Did the person hear that?
I hope so.
No, I did not understand how that makes this not covered.
Because we're being specific to it, referring to California's Prop 54.
Okay.
all right, any other comments or questions?
Worthy Master.
Yes,
Yeah, this is Buzz Chernoff, Marshall Grange 451. I agree with the previous speaker. It seems to me in terms of Grange policy, the previously passed resolution changes the policy, and this particular resolution we're looking at right now would do nothing to take away or add to it.
Well, then don't vote for it.
basically it says the same thing.
Well, this one probably should have been number 1 and this one been number 2 then.
No, Lillian,
Worthy Master, I move to postpone this resolution indefinitely.
Second.
it's been first and seconded to postpone this resolution indefinitely. Any comment? Seeing none, green paddles to postpone this indefinitely. All right, green down, red up if you want to keep this thing around. All right, it is postponed indefinitely.
Another one then?
Yeah.
2020-012. Resolved that the California State Grange support efforts designed to address racism, inequalities regarding legal protection, economic injustice, and community safety. And the committee is favorable as amended.
All right, do we have any comments or question on this resolve? Katie?
Oh, worthy master and worthy chairman. Having sat on that committee, we also crossed out the word efforts and changed that to legislation.
That is true. Yeah. We changed efforts to legislation because efforts could be violent protest, and we didn't want to do that. We want to do legislation.
Okay, any more comments on this?
Michael Evanson, I believe.
Michael,
I have a question about the understanding the grammar of this in the resolve. It's legislation designed to address racism, inequalities regarding legal protection. So it's not racism and inequalities regarding legal protection, economic injustice, and community safety. I'm just a little more clarification about, is it just all racism, or, you know, I'm just trying to understand it better.
I think that the intent was to address racism, one thing, inequalities regarding legal protections, another thing, economic injustice, another thing, and community safety.
Well, inequalities regarding legal protection, you mean in terms of this BIPOC entity? I mean, I'm just trying to get clarity about which inequalities. Are they inequalities due to racism, or economic injustice due to racism? Should that be a colon after racism?
There could be inequalities from lots of other things besides racism.
Right.
So why it doesn't?
It's not just about inequalities because of racism, it's inequalities
in general.
In general.
Joseph.
The group in Humboldt in the chat box, get rid of the comma after racism and put in the word and before inequalities. And then Sherry Bryant from Santa Cruz Live Oak has requested to speak.
All right, Sherry.
Worthy President and resolution writers, when I listened to the last comment, I understood that it was a very broad resolved. I originally read it to mean that all of the text past the word racism was about addressing racism. So I was going to move an amendment to add the words after the word racism, including inequalities regarding legal protection, economic injustice, and community safety. But I want clarification from the movers of the original motion, the resolution writers, that this is not just about racism. This is about other issues as well, other inequalities in general.
I don't know if anyone from the toll is here.
They are on screen.
They're on screen.
Then can they speak to that?
Michael, can you speak to that?
You have to unmute first.
This has been changed a bit. Please repeat your question.
If I were to amend this motion to add the word including, it limits the scope, just really having legislation that is addressing, systemic racism or inequalities and economic disparities and community safety related to the issue of racism. So before I would move, I just wanted clarification that, did you mean this about racism, or did you mean it to be about gender inequality, any other type of inequality in general? Because that's a much more broader scope.
Well, you're right. When one says include, it lists some of the elements, but not all of the elements of a particular coverage. So in that respect, it's not that important. It singles them out. But I don't think the word include is necessary. I was just studying design to address. Design doesn't really imply success. successful legislation. I mean, there's all kinds of very unsuccessful and incomplete legislation that screws things up rather than make them better. And that the same really goes for address. So I think we need a different verb there.
Okay, I remove my
It might be a better.
by the including. Thank you.
All right, any more comments? Joseph?
In the chat box from the delegates from Aromas, they suggest that the word inequalities should be replaced with the word inequity or inequities if plural and is consistent with previous verbiage.
Ann Pitts, Windsor Grange.
Go ahead.
I feel that we're mixing apples and oranges here. We're talking about racism, then we're talking about legal protection, then we're talking about economic injustice. Shouldn't this be more than one resolve? I lost you.
We're waiting for. No, you haven't lost us. We're here.
Never a motion. No. Chris, that was never a motion.
So they're still talking about it. I'll start. I'm sorry.
The committee's huddling up.
I've got two more comments.
Okay, go with the comment.
Two more comments posted. One from Ellen Ferguson, add, quote, to protect the sovereign rights of Native Americans, end quote. And a comment from Liam at Little Lake, those three are intertwined.
Well, there was no reason for it. Favorable as amended. I'm ready to have somebody say, move to. Yeah, send back to committee.
Can I do that? Worthy Master,
Yes.
can I move to send it back to the committee?
I mean,
It won't come back till next year.
unless you can get your committee together tonight.
We weren't gonna do it.
Yeah, we weren't going to do that because
adopted.
Yeah.
We're changing a lot of words now. I mean, if we already took out, that whole half, and now we're changing what's left.
I think this one will have to come back next year.
Can I speak as the originator of this? I'd like to take it back. I'd like to take it back and see if we can fix it up overnight.
There is.
No, we've made the decision not because of our short time span, not to send them back to committee this year. If it's out till next year.
If they wanted to withdraw their resolution, they can do that.
They can withdraw it and resubmit next year.
Yeah, you can withdraw it and resubmit next year.
Well, what's the advantage of that?
To get it just the way you want it.
Well, I can make it up again next year. I don't need to withdraw it to do that. I don't mind if you defeat it, but I think I could fix it and you'd like it.
Nope. No.
No, that's a slippery slope.
Okay, there is a motion to table the resolution.
All right.
Motion's out of order. Tabling doesn't apply here. But they also did move to refer it back to the committee.
Which would send it back till next year.
2021, yeah.
Right. So my motion could be to return it to the committee for
It'll come back next year.
next year.
Point of order.
Yes.
Are you a delegate?
Oh, no, but I'm the committee chairperson.
Doesn't matter.
Small potatoes. Chad and or Duncan from North Fork moved to refer back to the committee.
Okay. Do we have a second on that?
I will second that.
All right. It's been first and seconded to send it back to the committee, which means next year. So all in favor, let's see, what?
Mad River requested permission to speak. I'm not sure if that was to motion to refer or on the resolution. And then the delegates from Aromas have also moved for the previous question.
What are the timestamps on those?
The request to speak was first. Actually, they came in at the exact same time.
But the move to refer to committee came first.
But it is a debatable motion.
Right.
No, the timing's exact, whichever is the oldest would appear at the top, because there's quarter seconds and things like that.
That's true.
So we have, someone gets to speak first before we.
Yep.
You know, if the first person to the microphone calls for the question, even if people are waiting at the mic, they don't get to speak, so.
Right.
Well, but technically to move the question, you have to be recognized.
Yeah. And you can interrupt a existing speaker. Right.
All right, so someone gets to speak.
I would say that if they're looking to speak on the motion to refer, the group from Mad River takes precedent over the motion for the question. And then also a comment from Sherry at Santa Cruz Live Oak. That is why I asked about the rules previously.
Okay, Mad River, do you have something to say?
Unmute me. Are you unmuted? Okay, I'm totally confused. But what I was going to say was, why are we tabling it?
Because it's not specific.
And we'd have to virtually rewrite the whole thing.
Oh, I thought it was pretty good, Alan. Sorry. Okay.
It's actually fairly important.
It is, but yeah, I don't think it's going to pass, but who knows? Sherry.
She posted hers in the chat.
Oh, okay. All right, then now going to refer it or whatever.
Yeah. Unless you want to accept the motion for the previous question.
Which means we
vote to end debate, even though it appears debate is ended on the motion to refer. Sorry.
What do you think, Bill?
One has a little slight precedence, and that would be the end debate.
Yep, by one.
Okay, here's how we're going to do. We're going to see green paddles for those who want to end debate on this.
Previous question.
Previous question.
Have to vote, everybody.
Okay, green down, red. Okay, so we're done debating.
Done debating the motion to refer.
Okay, so now we're on the motion to referral?
Yeah.
All right. Do we have to have discussion on that?
No, discussion just was ended.
Okay.
Question.
So now we are going to vote on a motion to referral, which will send it back to the committee for next year. All in favor of doing that, green paddles. And all those against, red paddles. So,
Let me double check.
So it goes back to committee.
Yeah.
All right, it goes back to, sorry, Ellen, it goes back till next year.
Worthy Master,
Yes.
parliamentary point of procedure. If we would have voted to table it, at the end of this session, it would be dead and would not be able to come back unless resubmitted by the Grange. So by postponing it and referring it back to the committee for next year, it preserves it, sort of like a 2-year bill in the state legislature. So it hasn't died completely.
But it needs to be reworked.
Needs attention.
All right. Erica, do you have anything else?
Yes. 2012-014. Oh, oops. 2020.
Yeah, you lost 8 years there.
Not surprising. Will I read that little asterisk for 2 or just the reading comments? Asterisk before asterisk. Okay. Resolved, the California State Grange opposes any constitutional amendment or action which will allow the state of California to discriminate against or grant preferential treatment to any individual or group on the basis of race, sex, color, ethnicity, or national origin in the operation of public employment, public education, or public contracting. And the committee's report is favorable.
All right, do we have any discussion or questions on this?
Liam at Little Lake.
Liam?
This would outlaw any affirmative action motion, legislation.
Yes.
And Ellen.
Ellen? Ellen at the Mattole.
Yes, I was about to make the same point, but I think that's an important point.
Okay, any more discussion on this resolve? All right, seeing none. All those in favor of this, huh?
Sorry, I missed one. Sherry from Santa Cruz.
Oh, Sherry.
Thank you. Worthy President and delegates, I just wanted to bring up the point that when you are applying for public grants, often you are given a higher score if you involve and include other members, other community members from disadvantaged communities, which might be on the basis of ethnicity, because you need to include people who speak a certain language to be able to be effective. Also, lots of contracts are awarded and points scored for women-owned businesses, and increasing participation by women who have majority, or boards that have a majority of women board members. As women have been traditionally excluded in business dealings. And so I'm just saying that if we adopted this unilaterally, that effectively prohibits those kinds of considerations when awarding public funds.
Lillian.
I would like to, I don't know if I want to propose an amendment, but on line 26, we have basis of race, sex, color. Could we change sex to gender?
Yeah, Worthy Master, I was going to say that it had been brought to my attention that we should change that word, the word sex, to be gender.
Yeah, I don't think that would even. That's more like a typo thing. Yeah, I don't think we have to vote on that.
Subject matter expert there.
Yeah. Okay, any other?
Worthy President.
Yes.
Buzz Shirtoff, Marshall Grange, 451. Would this affect veterans' preferences?
Yes.
Any group.
No, we're not trying to.
It's not something that's listed.
It's not,
It's not
I
listed.
would
with-
say no.
Any other comment?
Ellen from Atoll.
Ellen from the Mattole.
I just wanted to point out that the state of California has its own prejudices and preferences, which maybe have to do with certain kinds of educations they think they need, or viewpoints that they're used to following, rather than innovative, imaginative, and different sorts of viewpoints, which would come in with other races, ethnicities, national origins, gender, which are obliterated by this if we're not to consider other kinds of affirmative action than the kind that parenthetically the state of California uses anyway. So it is very limiting. Thank you.
Sherry.
Sherry. Sherry from Live Oak.
My hand was still up from the last time. I'm lowering my hand back down.
All right, rest your hand then.
Maurice from Humboldt, gender should be gender identification.
Ah,
I'm okay with that.
And I believe it's Dorothy at Sebastopol.
Dorothy at Sebastopol? Sebastopol.
Yes, I'm a delegate from Sebastopol. My name is Dorothy, and I think the aspect of the preferential treatment is the part that I take issue with, that I do not want discrimination, but that there are times in order to have balance with race and gender and ethnicity, that we do have some treatment.
Hold on a second, there's too many voices.
Buzz needs to be muted.
Got it.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes.
Did you hear me?
Yeah, we just had another one that was kind of stepping on you, but that's fixed.
Okay, I think the preferential treatment is the part of it that I really don't quite go for. I don't want discrimination, but in order for us to get equality, there are times where we do have to give preferential treatment, maybe more money or more assistance for people who are a different ethnicity, color, gender, race. You know, there is inequality in our lives, and especially in our government and our public use of funds. So it's the preferential treatment. I mean, I don't want discrimination, but I do want things to be more balanced.
Michael from Atoll and Ellen Ferguson after that.
Okay, Michael from Mattole next.
Yeah, I would like to speak to that preferential treatment also, because sometimes the state has found, either because it's been sued or because it just came away, that they had been discriminating, and that the state wants to create a balance from its past discrimination by going in the other direction and giving some preferential treatment. And what Sherry mentioned about women, I think is right to the point. We know that women make less than men given the same job, and the state probably has as guilty of that as any entity. And I believe that the state needs the freedom to address wrongs that it's committed.
Who was next? Jim?
Ellen Ferguson.
Ellen Ferguson. Ellen Ferguson.
Yes, I was going to say that discrimination and preferential treatment go hand in hand, because if you're giving preferential treatment to one group, oh, there's feedback. Ah.
If you've got, so
If you're
that,
giving preferential treatment to one group, then another group could cry discrimination against them. So it's very hard to just keep the word discrimination and get rid of preferential treatment.
So is there going to be a motion to remove grant preferential treatment out of there or what?
But my point is that you would still have discrimination. This
Right, no, I get it.
discrimination would still be.
I'm just wondering if someone wants to remove that or we'll vote on it the way it is eventually. Joseph.
Chad and Duncan at North Fork Grange suggested that on line 26 that the comma after to before any should be stricken.
That's correct.
Just a suggestion, no motion.
Okay.
All right, any more comment? One more, oh, I see.
Wendy?
Is that Wendy?
Can you hear me? Am I live?
Yes.
Oh, good. Okay. So the problem with the statement, the result is that something like a phrase like that can be used against an ethnic studies program. It can be used against the women's history class. It's so broad, and something like that can be used as a double-edged sword to actually hamper trying to educate people, trying to create an even playing field. So the wording of it leaves it too open to abuse by people that actually don't want to see all the segments of our society equally represented and equally protected.
All right, any more comments? Seeing none. Nothing, Joseph?
I heard a noise, but don't know where it came from.
Katie, anything? All right, there seems to be no more discussion. Oh, I heard something. No hand waving. All right, then let's vote on this resolution as you see before you. All those in favor, green paddles. Okay, green down. Those opposed, red. Goes down. All right, this resolution does not pass. That was an unfavorable. And I think, was that it for you, Erica?
I have one more, but it's
Yeah.
not gonna be done in 5 minutes.
All right. Thank you for ones you did, Erica, so far.
Thank
All
you.
right, are we ready to close up for the day?
Five minutes ahead of schedule.
Yeah.
It'll take us 5 minutes.
I stand everybody.
No,
Just me.
not to start with, yeah.
All right.
Worthy President,
Yes.
before you go into the closing, could I remind our delegates and members that immediately following the closing ceremony, we will be holding the annual regular meeting of the California State Grange Foundation.
All right, thank you.
Tonight or
Stephen.
tomorrow?
Tonight.
Tonight, okay.
All right. Worthy Vice President, are the labors of the day completed?
They are, worthy President. I'm not,
As there is no more work for us today, the steward will see that the implements are properly secured for the night.
All is secure, worthy President.
Brothers and sisters, as we are again to separate and mingle with the world, let us not forget the precepts of our order. Let us add dignity to labor, and in our dealings with our fellow men, be honest, be just, and fear not. We must avoid intemperance in eating, drinking, and language, and also in work and recreation. And whatever we do, strive to do well. Let us be quiet, peaceful citizens, feeding the hungry, helping the fatherless and the widows, and keeping ourselves unspotted from the world. Worthy Vice President, please proclaim the Grange closed.
somewhere. I hereby proclaim this 101st day of the 145th meeting of the annual State Grange session closed.
May the divine master protect, guide, and bless us all now and evermore. Amen.
Amen. All right. Worthy steward, inform the gatekeeper that the labors of the day are closed.
Worthy gatekeeper, the worthy president directs me to inform you that the labors of the day are closed.
We did.
We did.
Remind me, when does the foundation meeting start?
In 1 minute.
All right, I should just sit here.
Enough time for a bathroom break?
Yeah, you can go to the bathroom, Joe.
1 minute.
I don't think so. And whenever it's ready.
Do you want to go back over to the other room?
You can stay here if you want. Or 12.
I guess I'll stay then.
Where do people go for expo?
Set my place there.
Message to where they go for expo.
Monica's not the only one that gets to go over there. Mendocino Pomona, who's that?
What's that? Mendocino Pomona. You're saying who is it there?
Yeah, I mean, whose room is that?
That's the Redwood Valley. That's Redwood Valley.
Oh,
The reason that they changed it to Mendocino Pomona instead of Redwood Valley Grange is because our delegates from Redwood Valley Grange are not there. And every time they would say Redwood Valley Grange, Mary Beth would speak up and she's at home. And not confusing.
yeah, that makes sense.
My bad.
Gotcha.
We're not officially in session. I'm gonna make noise. My back peppers.
Yeah.
Thank you. You're welcome.
And
Yes.
are they getting things ready to start the foundation meeting?
Yeah, there's a quick bathroom break and then we'll be ready to start.
Okay, thank you.
Crash. Okay, here's your paper back. That'll be for tomorrow.
Are we scrub delegates free to go?
Oh, the foundation meeting will be pretty quick. Only 4 hours.
Perfect. Thank you.
Congratulations, Chad. I know I didn't talk with you before I nominated you, but I knew you would be up for the job.
I very much appreciate that. Thank you, Stephen.
You're welcome. No. Okay. You can say hi. Come on. While we're waiting, I have somebody here that would like to say hi to a few of you people. Come on. Well, I thought Sammy was going to, but she chickened out. Oh, there she comes. Come over here and say hi to everybody. There's just a few people left. Come on.
Martha, you got my email? D?
Say hi to Mom.
Tell Sammy hi. Did you get the financial statement, Stephen?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, you can share it on your screen. Because I'm not technically logged into Zoom.
Okay, let me see if I'm able to do that.
Yeah.
Hey, Martha.
Yes, hi.
How you doing? Can you see me?
Mitch, are you calling me?
I am. How are you guys connecting, or what's your camera and microphone set up there?
Well, which building? CBO or with
You, the building you're at. What are you talking through right now? Are you on a laptop, Martha?
We're on a laptop, connected to a PowerPoint, connected to a camera with a Bluetooth phone speaker.
Okay. We're just trying to figure out why your connection's not the best.
It's not been good all day. It's been like popcorn here.
Okay, it's because you're on a Bluetooth speaker and mic?
Could be, and it could be internet usage.
Okay, just curious.
For the foundation meeting, I'm gonna move over to the other building where it's a little bit better.
All right, cool.
Let's see. You don't have to wear a mask when you're eating, as long as I got something here eating all the time.
Okay, Stephen, let's go.
All righty. Before we start, could somebody mute the microphone in the GBO building?
It is. Now they turned it back on.
Yeah, Wendy's over.
Hi.
On the right side, there's.
Thank you. All right, I'll call the meeting, annual meeting of the California State Grange Foundation to order. Worthy Secretary Bill, could you give us a roll call of officers and directors, please?
President Steve Hood.
Present.
Vice Chairman, Vice President Eric Croson.
Present.
Treasurer Martha Stefanoni.
Present.
Secretary Bill Booth, present. Additional directors, Katie Squire.
Present.
Rachel Britton. Lillian Booth,
Present.
Jan Saxton,
Present.
Christina Webster,
Present.
Will Shaw. See at the other side.
We turned him
On
off.
the other side, but we turned it back off.
And Kent Westwood.
Here.
Roll has been called.
Thank you, Bill. All right, I would like to start off the meeting by reading a president's letter. So those of you that are still with us can get a little picture of what your foundation board has been doing over the last year. It's dated today. Worthy President of the California State Grange, brothers and sisters of the California State Grange, congratulations to us. We have made it through the first year of existence of the California State Grange Foundation, which was established at the 2019 California State Grange Annual Session in Santa Rosa by you, the delegates of the California State Grange. You elected 5 additional board of directors members who, along with the 7 members of the California State Grange Executive Committee, have worked hard at getting our foundation going. Our first order of business was electing officers of the board. After doing this, your California State Grange Foundation Board of Directors consisted of President Stephen Hood from Fresno County, Vice President Andrew from Mendocino County, Martha Stefanoni from Sonoma County, Secretary Bill Booth from Butte County, and our directors Kent Westwood from Mendocino County, Jan Saxton from Monterey County, Will Shaw, Trinity County, Christina Webster, Sacramento County, Lillian Booth, Butte County, Katie Squire, Fresno County, and Rachel Britton from Mendocino County. Next, we set about jumping through all of the legal and governmental hoops to get set up as a 501c3 tax-exempt nonprofit foundation. This included filing documents with the IRS and California Secretary of State. From there, we could establish bank accounts and start working on all the other things necessary to get the foundation established. We had to get an agreement with the National Grange for the use of the trademarks, which are the property of the National Grange. We had to get a website set up, along with establishing a social media presence. We are now set up with Amazon Smile, a program where 0.5% of the value of your Amazon purchases is donated to a specified charity. You can easily set up so that that donation is made to the California State Grange Foundation every time you buy something from Amazon. We have a PayPal account, which will make it easier for folks to get donations to the foundation. Stationery, fictitious business name statements, acknowledgement letters, and the list goes on. We also started work on developing policy for the foundation. A scholarship advisory committee was established to figure out just what kinds of scholarships we would like to have, what are the qualifications for receiving a scholarship, procedures for applying, selecting winners, and everything else that goes along with having a scholarship program. A foundation development committee is working on ways to grow the foundation, raise funds, and get the word out. A foundation policies and procedures committee is working on just that, the ways the foundation will operate. We have already been getting inquiries from community about the California
For a moment, it's okay.
pass through receiving grants. We know that this is important to you and that it will really help Granges get funding projects. We are working on establishing policies and procedures in this area and want to be able to help our local Granges as soon as possible. We will let you know just as soon as we are able to work with the local Granges in this way. We need to give a big thanks to our Secretary Bill Booth and his assistant Lillian for doing so much of the work in getting things established. And I would like to thank all of the directors for the work they have put into serving on the board and getting things going over this past year. In closing, I would like to remind you that this is your California State Grange Foundation. Your board of directors would appreciate hearing any ideas or suggestions regarding the foundation. We want to do our best for you and with your help, we will continue to build and grow into a strong future. Fraternally, Stephen L. Hood, President, California State Grange Foundation. All right, so now, Bill, what's next on our order of business?
I have no idea. I don't have an agenda.
Do we have an agenda?
Well, one thing that we do need to do is, because I was elected to the executive committee, I automatically take over Erica's position on the board, which leaves a one-year vacancy for one of the generally elected members of the board. So we need to have an election for that vacant position to fill it.
That's correct, according to our bylaws.
Yeah, I'm not automatically on the board anymore, am I?
No,
No, but
Joseph.
But Joseph is.
Yes, oh, good, okay.
Joseph will replace Jan.
Well, extra comes with the job.
So I guess we should have a nomination for one position on the board of directors. So do we have any nominations?
Stephen,
Yeah.
Lillian.
I nominate Erica Croson.
Erica Croson has been nominated. Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? Hearing none, I guess we need to vote.
Erica, don't look. No peeking.
So how do we want to do the vote?
You want me to step out of the room?
No, because that's not fair to you because you're you're not a delegate. So you get to
No,
vote
I'm
in.
not a delegate. I'm gonna go in the kitchen.
Bye.
Make us all.
I'll have grapes to eat.
So I'm not voting anymore, right? Because Joseph's in my slot.
Until he's installed.
Yeah, I'm not officially.
No, I'm just trying to make what the rules are.
Oh, you're still good.
No, okay, I will vote.
You're not official till tomorrow.
Something could happen.
All right, so I guess we can vote.
Well, yeah.
If that is okay, is there any objection to that? All right, seeing no objection, all those in favor of electing Erica Croson to the Board of Directors for a one-year term?
You're counting, right? Because he can't see these.
I can't see him either.
Everybody that's in the Grange office, so
Is
if,
this for all delegates to vote?
yeah, all
It's like a lot of green.
It's unanimous.
But you can't say unanimous.
I can too, I just did it.
No,
That me? Want me to say it again?
I mean, you can say it.
the other tomorrow.
I just need to let people.
Yeah.
I
saw a red one back there
somewhere. I'm sure.
I don't, if you have a backdrop, put it right in front of your
Yeah.
face.
I think we'll run through the rest of the resolution.
But if you hold it, it won't be mine.
All right, folks, I guess I need to find me a gavel somewhere around here. Okay, is there anyone opposed to Erica filling the position on the
I
board?
can't obligate myself.
I do not see any. Erica Croson, somebody let her in.
Yeah. That'll work perfect.
Yeah, don't let her get away. She might be escaping from the parking lot.
I was okay. This is negative and I was 3 hours.
Abel and Willie, right?
And you can't ask. I can't ask you to set it up. So
Right.
Congratulations, Erica. By it here, you were elected.
Okay, well, thank you.
It was a close race, but you made it.
That's right.
It should be noted that this will take place at the installation of officers, the changeover. So
Right.
technically you're not off and you're not on yet.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm gonna take my cookies and go home then.
No, you're
Go home, but you got to leave the cookie.
still on from before,
Oh, okay.
as I am.
Oh, okay.
After we install Joseph, then you'll be back on, but I will be gone.
Okay, gotcha. All right, I'll keep my cookies here.
There you go.
Welcome.
All right, the next thing I would like to do is Martha there somewhere.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you have a copy of your report?
Yes.
If you could just read through that. I went on to see if I could share my screen, and I was going to have to completely restart Zoom in order to do a share screen. So
Okay.
it's simple enough. Would you mind reading the financial report?
Not at all.
All right, thank you.
This financial report encompasses from when we last met of October 2019 through September of 2020. On the income side of the statement, it's broken down as to general donations, which were a total of $26,000, memorial donations, which was $1,900, and disaster and fire relief donations of $2,672.53 for a total income of $30,572.53. Our expenses from October of 2019 to October 1st of 2020 basically are all startup costs. You know, the filing fees, the getting a QuickBooks program, getting the GoDaddy hosting for websites. That totals $3,363.44, which leaves us an ending balance of $27,209.09. That is my report.
All right, thank you, Martha. Does anybody have any questions for Martha on the financial report?
Yes, Jan.
Didn't we start out with 50,000 from the settlement?
No, it was 25.
25, all right, thank you.
The agreement with National is we split.
Oh, we split that, okay.
So they got.
Never mind,
They got
sorry.
25,000 for foundation.
I just wanted it all.
And I can
Wanted it all for us.
I do have it broken down if you need to see.
No, I believe you. I had a different number in my head, so I was checking.
So Martha, that $25,000 is part of the 26,000 total general donations?
Correct. The general donations are made up of two deposits. One was the $1,000 that the Booth family gave us last year because we needed to get financial help with the startup cost. And once we recovered from funds through the lawsuit, $25,000 from the state Grange was set aside to get the foundation up and running. So that's where the 26,000 for general donations comes from.
Okay. Any other questions for Martha? All right, thank you so much, Martha. Is there any other business that you can think of that we need to take care of at this annual meeting, Bill?
None that I can think of at this present time.
Okay. Your foundation board, we've been meeting about once a month, once every 6 weeks to take care of everything that we've been working on. Does anybody have any questions for the board about the foundation or anything?
Stephen, I have a question for you. With the fires that are happening up in Sonoma County, we have some people that want to donate money to the foundation to use the tax write-off. And I'm unclear as to how, it's kind of a two-part question. One is, can that be specifically sent to fire relief for Sonoma County? and donated like that? And two, how can we link to the foundation's page to be able to direct them directly to you with donations?
Okay, we do have a fund specifically for disaster and fire relief. And I do believe that fund is broken down into categories. Is that not correct, Martha?
3 different categories.
Looking at the website, hang on.
Identify a fund.
And while they're looking, the web address is cagrangefoundation.org. And that it is a HTTP website, so it's a secured website.
And it's direct your donation. And we can give you all this, Vince.
Okay.
But it's for donations to the Disaster Fire Relief Fund are to be directed to members of the Grange who have suffered losses in natural causes declared by the government. So if you want it to specifically go to a certain member, you have to let us know that, because if you don't be very specific, a letter would be best along with a notation or an email or something. It will go in the general disaster and fire relief fund to be spread out across the many.
Yeah.
If somebody has, and I'm thinking of a business who wants a tax deductible donation to help a specific employee, they have, yes, or a specific area. The more specific they can be with how they want their money directed, the more we can comply with their wishes, because we can't read their minds.
Correct. And that was kind of the issue, is that we wanted it to go to Hessel Grange members that lost their farms and houses. And so when they do their donation, then is it specifically notated in there, Hessel Grange members? How does that get listed or sent in to you so that we can put that on the website properly?
Lillian, ideas?
I would suggest that if they are donating to a specific family, that they want this to go to that specific family. If they want it to go to the Hessel Grange members at large, then whatever donation came in, it would get split among the families. But you'll have to identify who those families are.
Yes.
We won't know.
Yes, we've got 3 families right now that lost everything. So we're trying to do an online fundraiser and figure out how that goes. But when you ask for questions, I went, I actually have a question.
No, that's great.
So, and it can be, as it comes in, then it would go back out in that specific way, but they need to direct us where they want
Okay.
the donation to go.
So hopefully that clarifies, my question clarifies it for folks too that are having that same question. Yeah.
I can make a comment too, is when you go through PayPal, it'll ask for how much you want to donate. And the next line down, it says optional, use this donation for. That's not really optional, because if you don't put something in there, I'll contact you and you want it to go to.
Okay.
On there. If they have a lot more stuff to go to a particular family or group of families, then it might be better to route it through the mail and a check to us and create a paper trail that way. And it also saves the PayPal fee.
Yeah, there is a transfer fee with PayPal. So a few of their dollars is going to go to that. If they want the full amount, it only costs them an envelope and a 50-cent stamp.
Yeah. Okay.
You can even do it through their bank.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I think there were some larger donations, so they were from businesses who would like to use it as a write-off.
Yeah.
So
that's why we have the foundation.
Yep, that's what it's for.
Yeah.
Yep.
It will help accommodate. Stephen, you're muted.
I just caught myself. We also have a similar thing set up where if you wish to make a memorial donation, that you can make the memorial donation in memory of a specific person. And then that will be notated with that donation as well. For the memorial scholarship that we're working towards getting set up. All right, do we have any other questions?
I thought Liam's hand was up.
Oh, Liam.
Oh, Liam did have a hand up.
I was just looking for procedures, and you've responded to some of those already, but I presume that a lot of those procedures for both applying for monies and for donating it are still in process.
That's
Yes.
we're still working on procedures for pretty much everything. It takes a long time to get everything worked out, and we're trying to be very, very careful because of issues with the previous California Grange Foundation. We are making sure that we're doing everything as exact and precise and as legal as we can to keep from getting into a situation like what happened before. And on the website is all the information that you might want or need about donating. It talks about the Amazon program. It talks about PayPal. It gives the address to the State Grange headquarters building where checks can be mailed to. And all of that information is on the website. Any other questions for your board?
No, but I think we need to give Stephen and Bill and Lillian and Martha a big hand for pulling this stuff together. It was a lot of work.
I was winking at Susie.
Don't start twitching, not now. Not.
Yeah, they asked about keeping it in a binder, and this is what I have so far.
That's the binder.
That's about all our policies and procedures then.
Yes, there's a spot in there for those.
It's been a very educational year, and we've spent time on Zoom calls with attorneys, our attorneys back in Washington, D.C., with Jeff, and then her name slips me.
Joan.
What was her name?
Joan
Smith.
Well, with Joan from the National Foundation, but the attorney from Jeff.
Tracy Adamovich.
Tracy, yeah. And they've given us a lot of assistance and guidance in getting through this as well. And I think that we've learned a lot more than we were expecting to learn. All right. Well, if we don't have any other questions.
I noticed that the Amazon Smile link is only available from the pull down from some of the other pages and not all of them on the website.
On the foundation website?
On the foundation website, yeah.
Okay, and then that's still a work in progress. We're finding little things that we can tweak. And if you ever do find something that needs work, please let Bill know. He is our webmaster as well. And we will all appreciate any help that we can get on making things as good as we can get them.
Awesome.
Anything else, Bill?
Not that I can think of. We tentatively have a next meeting scheduled at the end of October.
We're going to have our next meeting. We're actually going to get together at the state office building because Zoom is great, but when you can actually bounce ideas off of each other in person, I think we are a little bit more productive. So we're going to do a socially distanced, but in-person meeting in Sacramento. When is that?
On Halloween.
That's right. It's on Halloween. It's on October 31st.
Costumes will be expected.
And masks.
And masks.
And I may not be present for that meeting.
You could zoom in.
All right, well, if we have no other business to come before us, I will declare the meeting closed. Thank you all for staying.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Safe out there. See you tomorrow.
I have surgery scheduled the 23rd.
Yes, you might not be.
Yeah, you may not feel like coming.
Yeah. It depends on whether I
Oh, that's not his Halloween costume.
avoid the
That's at
AFibs.
night? Whatever. I put him right now.
Yeah, it's so nice to see you. It's been a long time.
See you tomorrow.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Yes, we will.
Bye, Erica.
Bye, Stephen. Bye, Stephen.
Bye, guys. I'll see you all online in the morning.
Doyle rule.
You got another?
How many resolutions?
Didn't realize that.
I have, it was a part of a deal.
Got one more left.
Now, so I've got, certainly my schedule is waiting to be.
2, 3, 4. I got 5.
Yeah, 5.
We did all the health.
Not much problem.
Yeah.
Got.
And they're gonna be tough ones. There's a bunch in Grange law. One's huge, where we decide how to shorten it later. In the summary,
We've strategized.
5 resolves.
High resolves.
35.
35 resolves? Technically, it's one resolved with 35 proposals.
Yeah. So Joe's good. Should I read all this? I go, how about the summary?
Okay. Audit and budget is done, right? The other one.
Yeah.
Okay, we got labor.
Another one, the whole emitter head.
Yeah, we got budget, and we have-
No, that'll be Jeff.
Building the whole emitter head. And it's blowing all over the side of the building too. It's not good for your building.
Because electricity and stuff, so I think it's gonna go.
Zipper in the car?
Yeah.
Us two fast masters take care of that.
All right. You can still hear.
Yes. Eliminate the trip hazard.
Are you gonna be dressed up tomorrow, Kent?
No, Kent's gonna be.